to the Nashua Board of Education meeting for Monday, November 9th, 2020. It is 6:04 p.m. and we are meeting virtually via Zoom. As president of the Board of Education, I find that the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. We are providing public access to this meeting by telephone and over, I believe it's being broadcast live on the ETV website and also on local access cable. To access our Zoom meeting during our 2 public comment periods, please call 1-877-853-5257. The meeting ID is 828-675830. Passcode 886407. Okay, let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting as required under the right to know law. Mr. Guarino?
Okay, Raymond Guarino is here. I am in the room by myself. Paula Johnson.
Present, I'm in the room by myself.
Sandra Ziem.
Here, I'm in the room alone.
Jennifer Bishop.
I'm here, I'm in the room by myself.
Sharon Giglio.
I'm here and I'm in the room alone.
Jessica Brown.
Here and I'm in the room alone.
Heather Raymond.
Yes, I'm here and I'm in the room alone.
Dottie Oden.
I'm here and I'm in the room alone.
Gloria Timmons.
I'm here and I'm in the room alone.
Okay. Also with us, we have Dr. Mosley.
Here, I'm in a room alone.
Okay. Dr. McKinney.
Here.
Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker is with us. Mr. Donovan.
I'm here and alone.
Okay. Ms. O'Gara.
Here and alone.
Ms. Gingras.
I am here and by myself.
Ms. Kinsella.
I am here and alone.
And also, I'm sorry, Sharon, I don't know your last name.
I'm Sharon Coffey. I'm the principal of Fairgrounds Middle School, and I have one family member with me.
Okay, thank you.
Where is
Okay.
And I do not see our student reps, Mr. Gao or Mr. Norris.
No, I just got a communication from Mr. Norris asking that the Zoom link be sent to he and Mr. Gao so that they are.
Right now. Did you do it already?
I haven't because I don't have a keyboard.
Okay,
I'll take
sorry.
care of it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So sorry about that. My husband stole the keyboard, and so it would take some effort for me to type in people's addresses. Okay, so thank you everybody for being here this evening. I would like to get started with the winter sports presentation by our athletic director, Ms. Gingras.
Thank you very much. I'm going to attempt to share this. Can everybody see that okay?
Mhm.
All right, and I believe it is in full code, so I think it should be okay for broadcast. Thank you very much for once again allowing me to come and speak to you on behalf of our athletic department to talk about winter sports. Not only is this information for you, but also for our families and our students. As we've talked about in the past, although athletic participation is voluntary, it is a vital part for many of our students to their educational experience. So what I'm looking for this evening after the presentation, similar question to what we talked about in August when we spoke of fall sports. does the Board of Education support us moving forward with interscholastic winter athletics for our middle and our high schools? We need to be able to move forward, although the start of our seasons have been delayed. We need to move forward with our planning, our preparation, as well as the education of our coaches, our students, and their families. In previous meetings, we've spoken about the importance of athletics for many of our students and how athletics is a vehicle for the most powerful social emotional learning. Students who participate in interscholastic athletics often earn better grades in school, have positive mental health, are generally physically healthy, and have increased social development. Many of our student athletes are also some of the strongest leaders that we have in our schools. Before we begin speaking specifically about winter sports, I would like to take this opportunity to take a moment to express a few thank yous. First and foremost to this body, to our Board of Education, and to the school district for allowing our students to compete this fall. The next big thank you has to go out to Bobby Bagley and her team at Public Health and the Nashua Board of Health for always listening, always answering questions, and helping us to navigate through the fall season and prepare for winter sports. One thank you that possibly goes unsaid often is to our coaches. There was a lot of added work on their plates this winter. This fall. I know both Stephen and Joshua are fall student athletes, and they can attest to the additional screenings and the steps that our coaches needed to go through every day, and the constant worrying about what's going to happen today to interrupt our season. The next thank you is to our parents. I know it was very difficult for a lot of our parents not to attend their children's events, either at home or away, but we definitely appreciate your patience as we navigated through this fall season. Next thank you goes to Pete Johnson and his crew over at Nashua ETV. They went above and beyond this fall, live broadcasting as many of our events as possible, even on a 20-hour notice broadcasting one of our middle school championship events. So a big thank you to Pete and his crew. And most importantly, a thank you to our student athletes. They did absolutely everything we asked of them this fall. And I know at times some students were asked to stay away from their teams as we worked through some investigations and things of the such. So just everybody really came together in our community to make fall sports happen this fall. So just a brief summary of what happened this fall. We had about 840 students participate at the middle and high school level. At times we had to cancel games to err on the side of caution, while either we or other communities conducted some investigations and made sure that our kids were safe to compete against each other. None of our students this fall tested positive. Thus, we didn't have to shut down any of our teams for any extended period of time. And this is something we've been looking into at the state level. And one of my athletic director colleagues from another town actually spoke with someone from DHHS and was told that DHHS in the entire state does not have any cases on record specifically contracted through high school sports or interscholastic sports. So as we move on to winter, we have spoken twice before about the different risk levels depending on the activity and the different risk levels of different sports. So this is what Nashua offers in the winter. Anything that has an asterisk next to it is what we offer at our middle school as well. So our low risk sports are ski, track, swim and dive, sideline cheer, and our unified basketball program. Moderate risk is gymnastics, which can be considered, it's kind of halfway between low and moderate, that if we are sanitizing and cleaning equipment in between participants, then it can be considered a low risk sport. Basketball, ice hockey, and then our relays and jumping events for track and swim. And then the two high-risk sports are competitive cheer and wrestling. Wrestling is a program in our middle schools that is run by the Boys and Girls Club. So it exists in our schools, but we don't run those programs. Although swim, dive, and indoor track are listed as sports we would like to offer winter, the NHIA recognized all winter sports and intends to offer state championships in all winter sports. But these two sports are questionable right now because of facilities. Those, for example, track meets usually take place at Dartmouth or UNH or Phillips Exeter or Southern Maine University, and none of those facilities are allowing teams to come into their facilities right now. So although it's being recognized as a winter sport, we're not 100% sure what that's going to look like. Similar with swim and dive, there could potentially be a virtual state championship, but we're not sure where those events would take place. So these would be the sports we would want to offer as long as the NHIAA or New Hampshire doesn't shut anything down. Our start dates, both our high school league and our middle school league, did delay the start of winter sports until the middle of December, kind of giving people a little bit of time to reflect on what did and did not work from the fall. So looking right after Thanksgiving, which is pretty much the big day where most high school winter sports would start, potentially doing skills and drills and open gyms like we did in July before we opened up fall sports. So that would only take place for a couple of weeks. Then we would do our high school impact testing for our contact sports on December 2nd and 10th. That would be by appointment only. December 14th is the first day for tryouts and practices for both the middle school and the high school. The next section is very unique, and any of our students who have ever played a winter sport are going to have a holiday vacation for the first time ever. We as a department, Division I, have agreed to a complete athletic shutdown from December 24th to January 3rd to allow students to be able to travel and see friends and family and things like that without risk of coming back to their teams and potentially exposing their teams. So January 15th would be our first game at the high school level, purposely put 2 weeks after the holiday break to allow for any potential quarantining that needs to take place. And then after the Martin Luther King holiday weekend, we would start our middle school competition. These are the 6 areas, again, we've talked about before in June and in August. Each item continues to be addressed as we move forward. There's detailed protocols. I think winter document is up to something like 35 pages outlining all of the details as much as possible of all of these. Registration, education for our coaches, our students, and our parents would be through our online registration process, through videos, through PowerPoints, things like that, as well as the full protocol documents. Those protocols, again, were developed from not just me sitting here putting pen to paper, but doing a lot of research and pulling and grabbing from different things, including all of these resources listed here. The bottom resource is a new one. In the fall, all of our sports either take place on campus or at Stello Stadium, which the school district does own. But in the winter, we do have 4 facilities that are not owned by the school district or the city. The Boys and Girls Club is where we swim. Conway Arena is where we play hockey. We have our gymnastics practices and meets at Absolute Gymnastics, and we ski at Pat's Peak. So those are 4 places where we're taking their protocols and kind of taking theirs and taking ours and combining them to make them the most strict. Official practices, December 14th. Full program numbers, often our boys basketball programs at our 2 high schools have upwards of 80 students trying out. So we would have to manage that between the gyms and the staffing and provide as much social distancing as possible. We would be doing daily screening. That is also in the protocol document. Full team workouts. There would be no scrimmages with other teams, other schools, other than within the squad itself. And we're asking coaches to minimize person-to-person contact as much as is practical, while also still preparing our students to safely compete. Hygiene habits and sanitizing, cleaning and sanitizing of balls and equipment during practice and games would all be in place. Practices at the high school wouldn't begin before 2:30, and at the middle school, they would not begin before 3 o'clock. This winter, we would not be able to provide transportation for our students to school for practices and events. I know that will be a disappointment for some, but honestly, that is due to supervision. One of the things that takes place in the winter because of limited facilities, not everybody has practice at the same time. So in the fall, most of the time it's right after school. In the winter, we could have a 3 o'clock basketball practice, a 5 o'clock basketball practice, and a 6 o'clock cheer practice. So having students at school at 3 o'clock without supervision would be problematic. and schedules for games and meets for both middle and high school would be clustered again, like we did in the fall. High school preseason information and impact testing would be very similar to what we did this fall. We would do online video. All of the registration would be through our Family ID online registration program. And I'm hoping if we get the approval this evening, registration would open on Friday. Impact testing, again, would be by appointment only. We'd have a maximum of 40 students at a time, where normal capacity is about 105. So we're well below that 50%. They'd wear masks, they'd social distance, and they would wear gloves while on the computers. Middle school preseason information would be very similar to the high school, except we do not impact test our middle school students. So going back to the sport-specific protocols and documents, this was sent. This is ever evolving. For those of you in the community that don't know how board meetings get together, Tara somehow has all this magic that gets all the board members what they need. But in order for everybody to have it tonight, it has to be in district office hands by Thursday. So things have changed even since then. A few different things that I'll point out as we go through, but it changes constantly for the best interest and the safety of our students and our coaches. This is definitely not a time to relax our expectations and guidelines as we move into the winter. If anything, we need to become more strict and more cautious as our numbers can continue to spike. We're doing everything that we can do to get our kids back in the classrooms, and having more students in the building, as well as our staff, is more opportunity for exposures. So we need students, parents, and families doing everything that they can do to keep everyone safe. As you read through the protocols, if you see anything in yellow, those are the big details that still need to be worked out. A lot of that relates to end dates and schedules and things like that. So that document, probably 5 iterations ago, was reviewed by the Department of Health and the Board of Health here in Nashua. Both Mrs. Raymond and Dr. Mosley were present in that meeting when they reviewed it, and a lot of their suggestions have been added to it since that meeting. They did take a vote of confidence on October 28th to incorporate their suggestions and move forward cautiously with winter sports, with the caveat that at any time it's necessary, our protocols can become more strict. Masking could become mandatory, and that everybody understands that there could be shutdowns and interruptions at any point during the season. The screening has morphed as well since we started using it in July. We are still temperature checking. We have increased the symptoms that are asked about on a daily basis because we're just finding out more and more about this virus. There are also 3 non-symptom related questions that we ask students, whether or not they've attended large gatherings without masks and or social distancing, if they've come in contact with anyone with COVID, and whether or not they've traveled outside New England. Locker rooms are a big question. We will not use locker rooms at all whatsoever again in the winter, other than once students return to school, obviously they're going to need a location to go change. So we'll have to monitor that, and 5 or 6 or 10 students, depending on which building and the size of the locker room. I did even have a conversation today with Conway Arena, and they are on board with us not using locker rooms there as well. Masks is a big topic. Obviously, they are permitted at all times while competing, but they must be worn to and from a facility. They are required by all coaches, event staff, and students not in competition, so on the sidelines, things like that. If anybody watched any of our volleyball games on TV this fall, you saw that the bench was enormous because we had 3 rows of chairs and every chair was 6 feet apart and things like that. And we intend to continue to do that in the winter. At any time, masks could become required in competition. If we play a team that they're a district that requires them in competition, we would also wear them in competition. And if public health at any point mandates that we wear them in competition, then we would do so and expect our opponents to do the same. Practice schedules, we will schedule time in between to allow for entry and exiting of students and social distancing and all of those things. Some of our practices may have to occur in multiple sessions. For example, our weight room that we're used to having maybe 30 or 40 students in, we're probably only going to be able to safely have 12. So there may be 3 or 4 consecutive wrestling practices as opposed to everybody practicing at the same time. Games and meet, we will regionalize and cluster again. We will have the same opponent for all sports. And one thing that's a little bit different this winter that we're going to do with wrestling and ice hockey is we are going to treat them like football. They're going to practice, but they're only going to compete against another school once a week. And there's a few different reasons for that. One being they're the highest risk at this point. And one of the recommendations that came out of the Board of Health is possibly looking at leaving 5 to 7 days between competitions so that if there is a case, we figure it out and we investigate it before the team comes in contact with another school. So with wrestling and ice hockey being the kind of the top of the list, we are going to do that with 2 sports. This next section is one of the sections that has changed since the documents were published this on Thursday and put on the website on Friday. And I believe there's been some emails going around just this afternoon that I've been trying to respond to let people know things have changed. So one of the things that is more popular in the winter than in the fall is that students will play for their school, but they'll also play for outside teams. They might play on a club soccer team, they might swim for our school team, but also swim for a club team. So we're trying to figure out how to navigate that with our strict protocols and keeping our students at reduced exposure. So basically students who play for a low risk sport, and those are listed there, we're going to allow them to play on an outside team, practicing only. We're going to ask them not to be in any competitions. Students in low risk sports can also dual sport with another school team. So many of our skiers will ski and play basketball or ski and run track or something like that. And that's going to be allowed as long as it's a low risk sport. Our moderate risk sports, we are going to ask them not to compete for an out of school team. And they may dual sport with a low risk sport only. So for example, a basketball player could dual sport with track, but a basketball player could not dual sport with ice hockey. And our high risk sports, they cannot participate on an outside team and they cannot dual sport. Again, trying to keep, we're not the NBA, so we can't create a pure bubble, but we're trying to keep those bubbles as close as possible. Middle school students will be allowed to play for outside sports. Middle school season is much shorter than our high school season, so a lot of these students are already playing on another basketball team or another soccer team or things like that before the middle school season even begins. So we are going to allow our middle school students to participate on out of school teams, but we're encouraging them not to compete in games or competitions that occur outside our state or with team or against teams with non-New Hampshire team members. We can't mandate that, we can't monitor that, but we're at least asking people to be aware of that. Spectators, we're going to do the same thing we did with volleyball. So 2 fans per participant for home team, New England residents, immediate family only. Spectators wear masks. We collect names and phone numbers if everybody walks in the gym, etc. And this has significantly, as our numbers have started to rise, even our attendance at Stello Stadium has been reduced. We went from being allowed to have 4 tickets per student to, for this weekend semifinals, it's only going to be 2. What happens if? So what happens with those screenings? If a student exhibits symptoms, they're sent home and they can't return until those 3 items take place. And these protocols were developed with guidance from the New Hampshire School Nurses Association best practices document. So if a student has had close contact, travel out to New England, or attended a large gathering without masking and social distancing, they'll be sent home. They can't come back for 14 days and they cannot test out of that quarantine. One of the things that came up this fall that we hadn't really put into writing prior to, that we had to navigate through, is what happens if a team member, coach or student, is awaiting a test result. Does that shut everybody down for 2 weeks? So this is what we worked through with guidance from health officials. So if we're awaiting test results of a student, we actually shut down the teams for a day or two until we knew whether that student was positive or negative. If the student is negative, then they stay away until public health releases them, but the team can resume their activities. If the student is positive, then we're talking a whole different conversation that we need to have with public health, and we'll go with their guidance. Just a couple more slides. Last topic, academic eligibility. If you remember when we talked about fall sports, we had to suspend one of our policies that related to academic eligibility for the fall, so that we could be a little bit more lenient, knowing that some of our students struggled with remote learning. So for the fall, middle school students are always eligible for fall, and the high school students, we suspended the policy that they must pass at least 50% of their classes, assuming they have a full workload. Can't take 2 classes and pass only one of them. That doesn't work. So I would request that you consider for the winter to continue that suspension of the policy and enact that our students must pass that 50% for both our middle school and high school. And I tried to be quick. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Gingras. Can we, oh, there we go.
Is that good?
That's better.
Okay.
This is a very full meeting now.
Yep.
There are lots of boxes in our little Brady Bunch screen. So what I'd like to do is go through use my chart that I made and just go through the members. It's sort of, it's alphabetical, but it's a rotating alphabetical, and give everybody a chance to ask questions if they have them, or make motions. We got very full. Okay, so Mr. Guarino, you're next. I will also include the student reps, and if anybody else has a question, please indicate in the chat.
I just want to thank Ms. Gingras for that presentation. Very thorough, as always. Are we looking for a motion to approve the winter sports? Is that why it's presented?
I have a couple of proposed motions, Mr. Guarino. The first one was to suspend policy JJJA, which is academic eligibility for extracurricular activities for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year. All students who pass a minimum of 50% of their classes, assuming a full course load, will be eligible to compete in interscholastic athletics for any of the Nashua middle or high schools. So that was one of the proposed motions. I read that fast, didn't I? The other proposed motion, I think, would probably be to approve the Nashua middle and high school interscholastic athletes for the winter season, provided that all of the precautions and protocols presented this evening and in Ms. Gingras's plan are followed. I'm calling it.
May I jump in?
Yes.
I just, going back to your question, Mr. Guarino, about whether or not we need to approve, I know it's unusual that I come to you every season so that we can continue our programs. I just feel with everything that's going on with COVID and public health department and things like that, just to have it on record that this body approves us moving forward with winter would be good.
Okay. Well, I can move that second motion to approve the middle school and high school as presented by Ms. Gingras.
I'm muted. Again, I can't see people. So Mr. Guarino has made a motion to approve the winter athletics. Is there a second? I can't see anybody, so just jump out.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Giglio. That's not true. I can see some of you, but not all of you. So You don't have to be polite this evening. Okay, Mr. Guarino, did you have anything else you wanted to say about presentation or your motion?
Real quickly, coming off the fall sports, which was, I thought, very successful, and looking at this presentation, I think the motion is warranted, and I would hope that the members of this board consider in favor of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Gilio?
I don't have any questions. I thought the presentation was very thorough. Thank you, Ms. Gingras.
Okay, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to know why this didn't go to, we didn't send this to committee. We brought it to the full board and it should have gone to at least a committee for us to talk about it. It frees up more of our time at the full board if we send anything that's supposed to go into a committee. So again, we kind of bypassed the committees. I'd like to have Ms. Gingrich define not failing. Wait a second, let's start over here. Define full class load. What's a full class load? Where we're on remote or hybrid. And if you're going to hybrid, you're only 2.5 days, which we haven't even done that yet, but remote. So what is a full class load at this point in time? Can somebody define that?
A full class load at the high school level is a student who has 3 classes on their schedule. So students can have one, and this is prior to remote or hybrid or any of those things. If normally a student would take 4 classes, some students have AB, so they could have 5, but it is a full-time high school student is someone defined as having 3 courses. And at the middle school, I don't think we have very many of those rare exceptions, but a student would carry either 6 or 7 classes, depending whether or not they had a study hall.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to re-ask my question. We are not in normal times. We are in remote learning. So can we define what a class load is now? Because we're asking kids, our students, to pass at least 50% of their classes to be eligible. What is a full class load? How many classes do they have to pass for it to be 50%? Because if they're only taking 2 classes, then defined, they have to pass 1 class. If they're taking 4 classes, they have to pass 2 classes. How much, can somebody answer me, what is a class load in the remote right now for our students in the high school?
So if a student was only enrolled in 2 classes, they would not be eligible. A student has to be enrolled in 3 classes to be eligible for sports. So if they're enrolled in 3, they have to pass
1.5.
2 of the 3. If they're enrolled in 4, they would have to pass 2 of the 4. If they're enrolled in 5, they would have to pass at least 3 of the 5 to pass 50%. At the middle school level, if they're enrolled in only 6 classes, they would have to pass at least 3 of them. If they're enrolled in 7 classes, they would have to pass at least 4 of them.
Okay, so I guess my question isn't going to be answered here. Because again, the question is, how many classes are these kids taking on remote learning? So we know what is 50%.
May I answer Ms. Johnson's question?
Thank you, Ms. Coffey.
Hi, Ms. Johnson. All our students take a full load of courses every day.
Yeah.
Their course load has not been reduced.
Okay, so what does their day actually look like for the full course load?
Well, it's split over 2 days. They take 4 classes one day and 4 classes the next day, but they're still taking all their classes. We haven't reduced the number of classes they take.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
On speaker view. I want them to hear me so I can speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Somebody else has their microphone on, so we heard some whispering.
That will be me. If I turn it off, I won't be able to get it back on.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, Mrs. Ziem.
It took me 20 minutes to get back.
I'm toggling between the screens and I couldn't see who it was. Okay, so Ms. Oden.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Gingras. You have a great plan there, lots of details, and it seems like you've thought of everything, and congratulations on a successful fall program. I guess my concern is that we are able to get our kids back on the playing field and in the arenas for sports, but we cannot get our students back in the classroom for hybrid education. And I'm having a real hard time supporting the approval of our athletic programs when we cannot successfully implement our hybrid educational programs. I was hoping by this point we'd have a plan to do so, and maybe we'll see something tonight. If somebody wants to table this until we see what happens tonight, I would be amenable to that. But at this point, until we get our kids back into the classroom for those students that want hybrid, I just cannot support athletics, and I'm sorry, but that's where my heart is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Oden. I'm next in the alphabet, so I'm just going to go. Ms. Gingras, thank you for this presentation and the full document. As you said, I was at that meeting with Public Health, and everybody at that meeting spoke very highly of the plan you made in the fall and this plan. And I believe that there were words like a model for other districts in the state were used. And so thank you very much for all of the hard work that you have put into these plans. The question I have is, at that meeting with Public Health, the feedback from Dr. Wolf Rosenblum from the state was, she was asking about circuit breakers. And she defined that as indications of when to switch gears based on changing conditions. And I'm wondering if that is laid out in the plan and I have missed it because we had almost 165 pages of packet this week, or if we're kind of going by some other methodology.
That wasn't defined in the plan, but that is something I talk to Public Health very frequently. Some weeks it's daily, some weeks it's multiple times a day. So I think that's something, hopefully within the next month or before we start games in the middle of January, that we can define those very clearly. I don't necessarily know if it's something we can put to paper. Sometimes it could be, oh my God, this just happened, you got to stop. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. I think there's a healthy dose of common sense sometimes.
Yes. And we came across that, as I said, this fall where, you know, we had situations, we canceled games with 2 or 3 different communities because what was going on either in their community at that moment just didn't feel right in the gut. And people who know me know I don't usually go off gut feelings and things like that. I'm usually very concrete. But I think in what we're navigating right now, sometimes it is what is going on right now? Who are we playing this week? That may be the thing that if another school and their numbers are spiking more than ours, maybe we're canceling games with that community. But then the following week, when we're playing a different community, maybe we don't have to cancel those because their numbers are starting to go down. So I'm not sure if there's anything at this point that we can, you know, pen to paper and write them down and these are our stopping points, or if it's more just that constant communication with Public Health to do so.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was regarding equity. I know we discussed this in the fall too, around busing, and I completely understand your concerns about safety on buses, and you know, it's challenging to have the windows open in January. However, I worry about kids who don't have an adult home during the day, getting them to athletic practices. Are there other, I don't know, other means that are allowed?
I know a lot of our students, there are city buses in the area. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think at one point in time, students could get free bus passes. I don't know if that's still the case. So that's one thing. It just, I'm not necessarily as worried about the students being on the bus, but what happens when they arrive to a school, but their practice isn't for another 3 hours?
Okay.
Who is at the school to receive them at 2:30, 2:45, but their practice isn't until 6 o'clock? And where are those students going to be, and who's going to be supervising them? Who's going to be making sure they have their masks on? Who's going to be making sure they're social distancing? Let alone all the normal teenage things that our middle and high school students do sometimes while in school in that unstructured, free, unsupervised time. So that's more the concern. You know, even with our high school facilities up here, we still have 3 or 4 different start times to our practices. So that would be a lot of students that would be unsupervised.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Timmons?
Yes, I have some comments. Gathering doors in a group is dangerous during the pandemic. And I have a problem with temperature. By the time they test for temperature, it's 7 days too late, and exposure to other team members already happened. I'd rather be proactive, and I don't think that is. Also, professional players are tested daily, and we don't test ours at all. So I really have a problem with that. And I think you said masks are not mandatory for competition unless mandated by other districts or the state. I just can't support this at this time. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Oh, sorry. We should note that in Nashua, masks are mandatory at all times when you're not able to social distance. So like on a basketball court, for example, for everyone 10 and up. So that is a local ordinance here in Nashua.
Yes, I did. I do know that. I just
No,
thought
I didn't mean that for you, Ms. Timmons. I meant it for anybody out there who was wondering about masks.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
That's something we can always amend. If that's a change we need to make to move forward and have our winter sports approved, it would be difficult, but we can make it happen. I think kids would rather play with masks on than not play at all.
Right. Okay. I know we had a lot of people letting us know when kids were out, not socially distancing and not wearing masks this fall. So, which was rare, but kids are, kids are impulsive. So occasionally these things happen. Okay, Ms. Ziem?
While I agree with Mrs. Oden's comment that I would like to see us be able to give complete hybrid for anybody who wants it, I don't think it would be fair to penalize these kids because we haven't been able to do that. And so I will be voting for it. I have to say I continue to be impressed with Ms. Gingrich and the wonderful job she does for our students, for our whole community. And it's one of the bright lights that we see in Nashua, in my view. And so I appreciate it more than I can say, and I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ziem. Ms. Bishop?
I also want to thank Ms. Gingras for a fantastic plan. It's always well thought through and presented well and explained to us in the simplest of terms, which is what we need when we're not athletic directors. I'm gonna sit on the same stance that I did with the fall sports, which is I think our priority needs to be getting the kids back into school safely. I understand about the transportation. I know I put up a fight about that last time in regards to, the real differentiation between people who have rights to practice and who don't, and who miss out on those opportunities because they don't have those available resources. But I do think we need to, I think it was Ms. Timmons who said, if a lot of these sports are inside, if we're not comfortable having students inside for classes, it's a little concerning to have them inside for sports, especially with them breathing heavier and sweating and being, teenagers. So those are my comments. I support sports. As I said before, I think they're fantastic. My kids benefit greatly from them. Many other parents benefit from them. But I think, I think it just needs to wait just a little bit. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Ms. Gingras for the really thorough presentation. I'm always impressed with the information you bring before us and how clearly you present it. So thank you so much. I'm so proud of all of our student athletes for having a successful season, to know that they adhere to the rules and the plans and demonstrating that there's, even in close contact, kids are not spreading COVID-19 in the way we had originally projected. So that's fantastic. I think it's been a real good example for our community. Let's see, my first question is, what method are you planning on using to enforce the rules for high-risk sports participants or club sports for out of state?
So obviously it would be self-reporting. It would be, but sometimes people don't have to self-report. Other people send me things. So it would be a matter that if we find that one of our students who has committed to our high school programs, that we would, whether or not we have a sit-down conversation and it's you need to make a choice. Do you leave that team or do you leave our high school team? Again, there is a change since you got the original documentation that our middle school students are going to be permitted to participate on other teams. And that's where I brought up the other state, but we're going to ask them to be aware and be cautious of competing against other New Hampshire teams. It's not a requirement, because I think what you might be implying is it would be near impossible to track every one of our middle school athletes and what they're doing outside of school and who they're competing against.
Thank you. I figured you already had something in place because you always do. So I do support sports. I understand how important they are to the curriculum and furthering the education for our kids. But I am with Miss Oden and Miss Johnson and Miss Giglio in the idea that it seems premature to approve this before we have a solidified plan for the rest of them. So I move that we table the decision whether to offer winter athletics until after the Board of Education has approved a plan for remote and in-person learning for the spring semester.
I'll second that.
Seconded.
Can you do that? Isn't there a motion on the floor already?
I'm moving to table.
I think you can do that.
Yeah, you can, and it's not debatable. So
Point of order. So I know it's not debatable, but is there a chance that student reps could get to speak? I know Josh and I are both student athletes before the table, or you could rescind the table and then present the motion to table right after, or.
unfortunately, the motion to table isn't up for discussion. However, I do think that we value both your opinion and that of Mr. Gao, generally and on this topic. And I would hope that you address it if the motion fails, or if it passes during your opportunity for student comments, because I think that's helpful.
I
Could
didn't
I just
get a
say, Ms.
second.
Raymond, I would be willing to withdraw my second if Ms. Brown would like to withdraw her motion so that the two student reps could speak.
Okay,
Will
so-
my motion go back on the floor after the student reps have a opportunity to speak, or do we have to call a question?
No, your motion can go back on the floor.
Okay, I withdraw the question temporarily.
Okay, so the motion to table is suspended until Mr. Norris and Mr. Gao have a chance to speak. I actually have Mr. Gao next on my list because I'm switching you guys back and forth in order. So Mr. Gao?
Okay, thank you so much. One thing, thank you so much, Ms. Gingras, for putting this amazing presentation together. One thing I think that you did really, really well was like if students get COVID or if there's even someone's tested, you documented the procedure that that you guys would respond with very carefully. And I think like as we're going back with as we're talking about the hybrid model too, if we're going back to school, I think that piece of like saying if someone is suspected for COVID, I think we need to have that same very detailed plan for what to do. That was one thing. Another thing is I completely agree with what Ms. Odin is saying about how like during sports where a lot of times, especially the high risk sports, students are really close to one another. Yet if we look at the fall season, we've had no COVID cases related to school, related to athletics. And it just seems kind of odd that we aren't back in hybrid or anything yet. So I do think that that is a great reason for why we should also get back into schools simultaneously with athletics.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. Mr. Norris?
All right, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gingras, for great presentation and also for helping us get through fall sports. I know as an athlete, it was great to just see your friends, get out there and play. Even if it wasn't the same, it was still great to just get out there and play. So that said, I know it's kind of said by a few people that we'd rather focus on getting back into the classroom, which I totally agree with. I think we should try to establish a concrete plan based on metrics and data from the amount of cases we have to the death rate, to everything around that. But I just find it hard to kind of draw a connection between the board approving athletics and the board going back into the classroom. These are two unrelated things, and I don't think that we should penalize the student athletes who athletics, it allows them a chance to see their friends, allows them a chance to compete. It's often like for many students, one of the main reasons why they even come to school. So I don't think we should penalize our athletes just because we want to focus on getting back into school. We all agree that we want to get back into school at some point, but I think it shouldn't take over athletics. So I also have just two clarifying questions. So if students, I know some of playing winter AAU for basketball or other winter sports, so would the expectation be that they stop playing those once, if this were to be approved on November 17th when the season were to start?
Yes, that's what we're asking of our high school students to, as you know, high school sports are 6 day a week, couple of hours a day. So just to keep that bubble as small as possible and not to expose themselves not only to their teammates, because chances are it's a lot of the same people, but to the other teams that they're going to play, where a lot of times, in club teams and AAU teams and things like that, they could be traveling from all over the region, if not the country.
So also, I know I read protocol. I don't know if I just missed this, but if someone were to get sent home with symptoms, so I know if someone has a COVID case, that's a whole other thing, a confirmed COVID case, but what's the general protocol if someone gets sent home from symptoms? I know they have to go home immediately and quarantine, but is there any separate protocol for the team as a whole?
There really isn't a team for the whole unless there is strong suspicion that student's symptoms are COVID related. Obviously then at that point, we would probably do a temporary shutdown of the team while that student is being tested. That kind of goes with that last slide of what happens while we're awaiting a test. So that protocol comes into place at that point. And we had that with a few of our teams. Somebody was being tested. We weren't sure how likely their actual exposure was versus they were just being extra cautious.
I guess this isn't really a question, but I know that we'd all be willing to do whatever it takes to play winter sports, whether we have to wear a mask, whether we have to sanitize the balls between quarters, we'll be willing to do anything it takes, if that helps. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. So back to the table. Yes? Oh, Dr. Mosey's waving his hand as well.
I think the question, okay.
I just want to be very careful about comparing sports to our kids. And there are two different entities. Number one, Lisa, how many kids participated in fall athletics?
We had about 840 between the 5 secondary schools.
We have 10,000 plus kids in our schools. And with that, we have about, we have special education kids, medically fragile kids, and kids that have a certain level of needs. That's not the equivalent of athletics in terms of what Lisa's describing. The other piece to this is that when we bring our kids to school, and we'll talk about this a little later, it's very, very different than athletics. Athletics, you have football teams separated on the football field, you have the soccer team spread out. They're not all coming into contact with each other. So there's a level of, they're different entities working within themselves. And finally, you have, how many coaches do you have altogether, Lisa, for all of the fall athletics?
Oh, fall athletics only, maybe 50 for fall. There's 169 coaches in the district for the full year.
And do they all come together at one time in one area, at one place?
No.
Okay. When the teaching force is very different than a coaching force. When we have our teachers coming together, particularly at our high schools, we have hundreds of teachers congregating in one area. And that's not the case in athletics. So it is two different entities that when considering a vote, that I would ask that the board consider that when we're thinking about comparing apples to oranges. Thank you.
I have a quick question. If you'll
Mr.
allow it.
Guarino?
If we do not approve of winter sports, we already hired coaches and staff. Do we still have to pay coaches and staff with no students to coach?
I think that would be something that we would vote on separately as we did in the spring. So, so back to Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown and Ms. Oden were kind enough to pause their table request or motion to allow the student reps to speak, which I think was a very generous and appropriate thing to do. But we need to follow parliamentary procedure and get back to the tabling motion that Ms. Brown proposed. Ms. Brown, could you reread your motion, please?
Yes. I move to table the decision whether to offer our winter athletics until after the Board of Education has approved a plan for remote and in-person learning for the spring semester.
Okay, and that was seconded by Ms. Oden. So, Mr. Guarino, could you call the roll, please?
Hey, on the table, on the motion to table the motion, Mr. Guarino votes no. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
No.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
No.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons. Ms. Timmons? I don't.
Yes.
Okay, yep. We have 6 yeses, 3 nos. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guarino, and thank you, Ms. Gingras. It sounds like we are discussing returning to school plans later this evening. So hopefully you won't have to wait too long for an answer. I know that you are anxious, the coaches are anxious, and of course our student athletes and their families are anxious to make plans. So we will try not to keep you guys waiting for too long.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that they would like removed from the consent agenda? I need you to shout out because we have too many screens. Okay, hearing none. Mr. Guarino, could we have a roll call on approving the consent? Oh, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
Johnson? Was there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brown. Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Guarino?
On the motion to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, there were no items removed, so we can skip right over that. Are there any communications outside the consent agenda this evening? Please shout it out. Okay, seeing none. We are on to our public comments related to items on this agenda. We have a 15-minute time limit for public comments, as we always have had. So I'm asking people to please, after they introduce themselves, if they could please try and be concise and keep it to only a few minutes so that everyone who wants to speak can have time to do so.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
I'm sorry,
Gloria
you're,
Timmons.
hi, 3414. There's a delay on the television, so if you could mute your television and identify yourself.
We can skip right over that.
Hi, my name is Diane Robinson.
Okay, and you had a public.
Okay, seeing none.
Ms. Robinson?
We are on to our public comments related to
Ms.
items on
Robinson,
this
could you please
agenda.
mute your television and proceed with your public comment?
Okay,
So I'm asking people to please.
Let me find-
Introduce themselves. If they could please.
I am trying to mute you since I have you up on the computer screen.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, my name is Diane Robinson. My daughter attends Nashua Public High School, and I am here with her at this time. She attends South. My daughter is a 3-season athlete, straight A student who needs the outlet of sports to continue to have any semblance of motivation towards school. The kids are not in school. I would love to have had them in school already, as Hollis and several of the other places are. I realize with the large student body, that's harder with Nashua. But the kids need some type of outlet to be able to have some sense of normalcy. Otherwise, you're going to have depressed kids. You're going to have all sorts of other problems that I see as a nurse. And I have a good handle with the public health part and the distancing and the sports part. I know my daughter was invited to parties during the school year and chose not to attend them because of the fact she was in sports and she didn't want to jeopardize her team. So that's the responsibility that sports gives these kids.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Kinsella? Here we go.
I realize with the
Hi
large
there,
student body that's harder
Number
with Nashua.
5930, if you could please mute the TV in the background. Your comments?
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air with the Board of Education meeting.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm hearing a delay, so I was still listening to the previous person. Sorry.
Yes, there's a delay.
Thank you. This is Sonia Prince from Nashua. I have a son at Nashua North. I am concerned for the same reasons. I think it's unsafe to send kids to school at this moment. That gathering indoors in groups is not a good idea. To ask questions to children and say, have you been in any large gatherings lately? And then send them in a gym with 2 teams and 2 parents per person is a large gathering, in my opinion. And I'm also questioning the air ventilation. Is the air exchanged 5 times per hour and all those good things that we look for during a pandemic? So I am concerned. if you look at the, excuse me, professional players, they're tested every day and they're still getting outbreaks. The only ones who have been able to avoid an outbreak was the NBA, and they spent $150 million to quarantine all their players and told them they can't see their families for months. So I doubt that we have that kind of money to get away with that. I love sports. All my kids participated in sports, but during a pandemic, it's just not safe. I think we should think about the bigger community and these children's parents. They're also at risk. So when you have 6 kids on a volleyball court or basketball court huddling and pushing each other for the ball, they have to go home every night to their parents. So I think you're putting our community at risk. I love Lisa. I love all of you. I think you guys do a great job with our schools and our sports, but I just think at this time it's a big, big mistake. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Prince. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Caller 0750.
Yes.
Hi, could you state your name, please, and your comment?
My name is Audrey Robinson. I am a student at Nashua South and a multi-season athlete. I think we should have sports in school. I think kids suffer a lot. Personally, I know I do. Like, my grades are not as good when I'm not in sports because I don't have any structure. And I think we really need that, as well as the socialization part, even though we're staying socially distanced, just like seeing people. Because right now we have no social interaction. And I know a lot of my friends and me are very depressed. And it's really hard to go about our day and like get up and log onto school for no reason. And when sports gives us that structure, and also having like what basketball teams are like 6 and 6, if they keep limited amount of subs and all, having about 20 or so, maybe a little more people in a gym is not the same as having 20 or so plus people in a classroom changing throughout the day and a larger scale in a school. It's not the same. There's less people. These people have mostly been quarantined together. And also, I'm personally a ski racer, which is outside. So I see no reason that like the lower risk sports should not continue. Skiing, we're outside. Same with like indoor track. They're socially distanced. They're outside. They're mostly individual events.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should have some form of winter sports.
Thank you very much for calling, Ms. Robinson.
Welcome.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
I'm sorry, I don't have anybody. Hello, caller 9248. If you could please identify yourself. Hello, caller, let's see, 930-9248. I can't hear anybody, Tara.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Hi.
This is Deb House.
Good evening, Miss House. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. So Deb House, I'm a teacher at the Nashua School District, and I want to address the discussion you're going to have later this evening about the schedule for returning students to school. Whatever schedule you agree on, I want to make sure that you keep foremost in your mind the safety of staff and students. I know there's a lot of sentiment in the community to just get students back in school. I've heard many people say we can't control the virus. We need to get students back in school, but safety cannot be compromised because of that. This board has agreed in its MOUs to follow the New Hampshire school nurses' best practices for limiting the spread of COVID, which includes mask wearing by all staff and students except for those physically unable to wear masks, 6 feet of social distancing, and increased ventilation, including, when it is safe to do so, opening windows. We cannot just rush back into rolling out hybrid too quickly. In a district our size, even though we may have all the PPE we need, it takes a while to get it positioned. I don't know if this board is aware of it, but when we rolled out the kindergarten hybrid, even though the PPE was in the district, we had some kindergarten teachers who had to make barriers to put between their students because the barriers didn't reach their classrooms in time for when the students were coming. So they were building things out of PVC pipe and plastic sheeting. It's not that the district didn't have the barriers, but because we're such a big district, it doesn't always get where it needs to go in a timely fashion. So I'm afraid we're going to see repeats of that if we greatly accelerate when students are coming in. And I think I may have just been cut off because I heard the doorbell. So please keep in mind that logistics takes time in a district this size. It has to be very carefully planned out, and that we have agreed to follow these safety guidelines to protect everyone. And we want to make sure that everyone stays safe through all of this. Yes, we do want to keep, we want to educate all our students, but we don't want to lose any of them either. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howes. Hi there, caller 7194. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Kelly Dinoff. I have a student who's a sophomore at Nashua North, and he's a very avid athlete. And I'm happy to say that thanks to Ms. Gingras and her whole entire team's efforts, he was able to play this fall. And I want to say and echo a lot of the sentiments, especially from our two student representatives, that we didn't have a single case of COVID from our sports, and that's an amazing litmus test right there. And I have to respectfully disagree with Dr. Mosley when he says that it's not an apples to apples comparison. In fact, actually, I will agree with him that it's not apples to apples, that sports is much more dangerous when it comes to COVID. You're talking about teams of 20 to 40 players who come in close contact with each other. They are sweating, they are, pardon me, but spitting on each other and breathing very hard, all of which are shown to be risk factors. These are things that are not happening in a classroom, particularly in a classroom where people are wearing masks and socially distant. So I do think that sports are a great litmus test for showing that we should be back in the classroom. And it kills me that we're tabling sports right now because we should be in school. But as heartbreaking of a choice that is, I have to agree with those who say, if we can't have our kids in school, it's a matter of principle. We can't have them indoors, sitting and sweating on each other. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dinoff. Okay, caller 4787, if you could please identify yourself.
Sure. Hello, my name is Terry Lebreck, and I have 3 boys who are in the Nashua school system, and I'd like to say that of 2 of them are having a very different experience than one. My 2 older boys go to Nashua North, and my younger son goes to St. Chris. And at St. Chris, there's been 0 issues. He's been in school every day, all day, since the end of August. There have been 0 issues. My 2 boys at North have had, as you all know, a very different experience. And so for those who are tonight want to say, well, let's think about voting on sports until after we decide about hybrid, the reason the kids are not back in school is sitting with you 9 individuals that are affecting the lives of thousands of children. You've already stated that we're taking away their in-person learning and education, and now you want to take away another aspect of a significant learning and development, and that's sports. I'd also like to say, Mrs. Gingrich states there have been 0 issues in the fall. Excuse me, the fall was a tremendous success. Volleyball is an indoor sport. There was 0 issues. The indoor sports, just like the sports that we're expecting for the winter. My 3 sons have played competitive AU basketball since June, indoors, across the state of New Hampshire, with 0 issues. They just finished their last tournament this weekend. The fact that we're unwilling to think about the children right now, I think so many parents we're just at a loss of words. We're at a complete loss of words. I'd like the board to think about, why can every other school in our district be either in person or remote, be playing sports, and Nashua cannot? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. LeBrecq. Good evening, caller 0634. Could you please identify yourself? Hello, 0634.
I was on mute too.
Oh, good evening.
Hello.
Mr. Marcoux.
It's Adam Marcoux. Hi, Heather. Adam Marcoux, president of the Nashua Teachers Union. I apologize for being on mute. That seems to be the story of my life right now. Briefly, I just wanted to comment on the proposal that the school principal sent forward this evening in your packet. It does tweak the hybrid plan somewhat. I am greatly concerned about the number of students and staff that may be leaving the New England area during the Thanksgiving and holiday breaks and then returning to Nashua at the conclusion of those. I've already spoken to numerous staff who have those concerns because it's their turn to take care of their mother or father who's aging and they're outside of New England. We have teachers and staff that need to go pick up their students from college in other places abroad outside of New England. And according to the rules right now, once you leave New England, you return regardless of your status. It's a 14-day quarantine. And I'm concerned of those who may leave and not tell anyone, those who do, and who's covering their students and classes, especially if the hybrid plan for right after Thanksgiving is to bring students back in and we have 2nd and 3rd grade teachers and staff out quarantining. Where are those hybrid kids going on those days? I know we need kids back in school. I would love to send my 2 back tomorrow. Right now, I'm concerned about the number of the staff we have, and on the numbers that continue to rise in New Hampshire. Whether or not you agree with how the virus spreads or how you agree with whether kids are spreaders or not, I'm going to follow with what the science says. And the science is saying it's an increase, and we should expect a large increase. And that even came out of the mouth of our governor earlier this week. So the hybrid plan is not unique to Nashua. The city of Dover, the city of Rochester, the school district that comprises of Timberlane, there's 5 different districts, the city of Berlin, all of those school districts right now are using a remote plan between Thanksgiving and coming back after the new year. I think the plan that the principals rolled out is unique because we do go back into a hybrid model for some of the students that were already in December until we leave for the winter holiday break. So I know some of my comments may not be popular. However, I think it's important to recognize the concerns that many have who are asking the right questions and trying to do the right thing while taking care of their families under these rules of quarantine that was not established by the school district, but established by the state of New Hampshire, which we are required to follow. And I think we need to take that into consideration while we plan for the coming weeks in trying to get everyone back into school safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcoux.
The winter holiday break. So
Hi there, caller
I know some of my
3414.
comments
Could you
may not
please
be popular.
mute your television and then tell
However,
us your name?
Diane Robinson, I just had one more thing to say.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I had called in earlier. I had spoken about the sports before, but for the kids going back to school and the 9 board members, I would like everyone, when they go shopping, to look at the kids that are packing their groceries, that are out in the different stores. The teachers, I understand they need to be safe, but all of these other people that keep our lives going are out. They're wearing their mask. They're taking equal risk. We need to get our kids back in school. As a nurse, I'm out taking equal risk. I work same-day surgery. We just need to get the kids in school. If there's an outbreak in an area, then we need to shut that down and we need to quarantine at that point. But just in a perpetual holding motion is not a good place to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Hi there, caller 3219.
Hi, thank you. My name is Wendy Keefe. I have a student who is also a 3-season athlete at Nashua South. He is also a senior. He just completed a fantastic season of football, thanks to everyone who made that happen. And as much as I absolutely want him in school, I feel like he should have already been in school. That set aside, speaking only about sports, they did a great job with fall. I have every confidence that they're going to do a great job with winter. And this is all the kids have, because an in-person option has been robbed from them. And all they have right now for connection is sports. And they are doing a phenomenal job. So I'm all for those of you who want to get them back in school, keep fighting. Thank you. And for those of you who are willing to listen, kids need something. You guys have to do the right thing for them. If you don't want to participate, if you want to stay remote, if you're uncomfortable with it, then don't do it. But many, many student athletes need this. Please listen to their pleas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. Hi there, caller 2094.
Hi. Hi, Gary Hoffman, 38 Perham Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hoffman.
Hi. Yeah. So, I've been listening to some of the callers today, and I just really urge the board to be slow and cautious when you're moving forward with a hybrid plan. We all heard the great news today with Pfizer and their vaccine. It looks like it's going to work. And, we can really see an end to this virus, but what we don't want to do is rush this process. I teach history, and I studied the flu of 1920, and the second wave of the pandemic was far worse than the first, and we can already see that sort of happening right now with the increase in cases. I also have a relative who's 27 years old, and he was put on a ventilator, and I don't want that to happen to anybody in our district. This disease is no joke. I have another friend who's 52 years old, and she's still on oxygen 6 months after this disease, 6 months after initially contracting it. So the good news is there's light at the end of the tunnel here. We have a vaccine, it looks like, but let's not rush it. 20 years from now, history is going to be looking at us all and seeing, who was patient and who was following the science and who was being careful. And so whatever you do, be cautious, be slow, be the turtle, as Dr. Mosley says. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chapman. And our last caller, hi, caller 1036. Could you please
Hi.
state your background and tell us your name?
Guys, quiet. My name is Jamie Thomas, and I'm calling. I have two boys that are at Nashua High, and a daughter who is currently in Mount Pleasant in elementary. I agree with most parents. I have a son that participated in fall sports, and with the fantastic job that they did with the coaches and the athletic director and following all the protocols, that they were able to play their entire season without any cases and without any struggles. And these kids are playing right on top of each other, whether it be in a small gym or on a large field. It doesn't really make a difference. They should be able to participate in this, and they should be able to have the ability to be able to interact with others that they don't get to interact with because they don't have in-person schooling. I, as well with others, believe that they should be back in school. However, it is not a situation at the moment, unfortunately, that is safe to do so. But in all of that going on, these kids have had so much taken away from them already that it's truly unfair to continue to take away everything else for them. If the only thing that they have is sports, and you look at kids that are a senior, and this may be their last chance to be able to play in school, and you guys are really sitting here debating about whether or not these students should be able to play. I agree with other parents where it should be their choice. If the child feels safe enough and the parent feels safe enough for them to be able to participate, then that's their decision. If you don't feel safe enough, then don't have your kids play, unfortunately, at this time. But it's not fair to continue to take everything else away from them when they've already been robbed of everything else within their school, with all their extracurricular activities that don't exist right now in the school system. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Have a good evening. Okay, and that concludes, we have one more.
I actually do have two more that popped in to the waiting room, so we'll call Mrs. Raymond.
That's it.
Okay.
Because we are over our 15 minutes, and I am cognizant of the fact that we have a lot of other things still on the agenda and a lot of participants this evening who have been working all day.
Okay.
Okay. Hi there, caller 1686. If you could please identify yourself.
Shannon Hill.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hill.
Hi, yes, I have a son at South and another son at Bicentennial. And I just want to let everyone know that it's been very difficult, remote learning, and I have had my son play football with South, and it's been a great experience, and Ms. Gringus has done an amazing job. The coaches have done an amazing job, and I really don't think that the school district and the board should take away sports from these kids. They really need this outlet, and they need to be in school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Okay, and now the last caller, caller 5283, if you could identify yourself, please.
Yes, Lisa Olson.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Olson.
First and foremost, I would really like to thank Ms. Gingras, her team for the successful fall season, and all the amazing coaches who help keep our kids safe. The protocols that were in place definitely worked. Thank you for keeping our kids safe and having a plan. I think student athletes shouldn't suffer because you cannot get our kids back in school. That is on you, and it's not being done. Every bordering town is in school in some way. We deserve better for our kids. I have a multi-season athlete at both
the high school south and middle school at Elm Street. This decision to table this subject and not move forward is extremely disappointing. These kids worked so hard this past fall, abiding all the protocols that were put in place so winter sports could happen. This is their outlet. I echo what another parent shared, that my kids too chose not to attend gatherings so they wouldn't put their team in jeopardy. Sports teaches too. I would ask that the board reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Okay, excuse me. This concludes our initial public comment period regarding items on this agenda. The next item on our agenda are superintendent's comments. Dr. Mosley?
Okay with you, Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Go ahead, Dr. Mosley.
Is it okay with you, Madam President? I would rather yield my time to the presentation and the talking of the calendar and to devote more time for that discussion. I think it's just more prevalent then, if that's okay.
Yes, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to skip that. We don't have any board response to superintendent comments. So we're on to the student member of the board comments. So Mr. Norris.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to spare you all. I'll just say I think the will of the public was pretty clear. I think everybody sees the value of having sports in school, and I think there's a way where we could do it where it's where it would be safe for everybody. We saw it happen in fall where we had no cases, and it worked out great for all of our student athletes. So I think we can do that again in the winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Mr. Gao?
I'd like to do the same thing that Dr. Mosley did and save my comments for the discussion on the calendar as well. Thank you.
Certainly. I have you guys in my rotation for speaking, so I'll make sure to call on you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So we have nothing from budget. Finance and operations is meeting tomorrow, but we did have a special meeting last week. Ms. Oden?
Finance is meeting Thursday night.
Oh, Thursday. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So we did have a special meeting last Thursday where a number of items were approved out of some special funding that the governor has sent down. So Mr. Donovan will give us all more information about that at finance on Thursday. All right, Committee on Policy, Ms. Bishop. Did we lose Ms. Bishop? Oh,
well, technically you did lose me, but I was in my house running around. Sorry, kid stuff. They need to be fed. Yes, we had policy meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we have a policy coming to be presented to you guys in regards to, what is it? Policy JLDBB, which updates our suicide prevention policy. This is something that goes hand in hand with a grant that Ms. Brown is offered through curriculum, and we needed to update the policy in order for her to be able to be awarded those funds. So we reviewed this, it looks good, and I'm bringing it to the board to be voted on. So I would like to move, what?
Go, make your motion, please.
Oh, I always step on your toes for that. Sorry, Heather. It's Mike. No, I'm just kidding. So I move to approve policy JLDBB.
Second. Oh,
Okay, I heard Ms. Deem first,
okay. Yep.
or loudest.
Big mail.
No, I just think you can project well. All right. Does anyone have any discussion on this policy? Shout it out if you do. Otherwise, I'll go directly to Mr. Guarino for the roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve JL, is it D, did you say DBB?
DBB.
Okay. Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Zim,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons, Ms. Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Bishop, anything else?
We had a couple of others that we were looking at, but they didn't get out of committee because they need a bit more TLC before they come back to the full board. But our next meeting is going to be November 18th on Zoom. So everyone can find us. And if anybody has anything to add before the meeting or anything they want to address in policy committee, let me know a couple of days beforehand so we can make sure they get on the agenda. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Ms. Brown, when does the Committee on Curriculum and Evaluation meet next?
I believe our next meeting is on the 17th.
Okay.
So a week and 1 day.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee on Human Resources, Ms. Timmons.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I like the suspended rules because we met earlier today. HR committee met earlier.
I'll second that.
Okay. Can we have a roll call, Mr. Guarino?
On the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Zim,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay. I like to move to approve personnel recommendation except 1 and 2 for the personnel recommendation dated November 9, 2020.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Ms. Oden.
Ms. Oden?
And that was except items number 1 and 2 on the recommendations, Ms. Timmons? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, on the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Oh, Ms. Johnson, we didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Sandra Zim,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Timmons?
Yes, I do have one other thing. Request for extended leave on the NTU contracts. With the recommendation of council, I am recommending that the Board of Education deny requests for extended leave for childcare rearing until further notice, until they fall under child rearing in Article 610-D in the teacher's contract for leave within the first 2 years of the child's life. I am requesting this because in approving these leaves, we will have a further shortage of teachers, paraeducators, and other staff.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Is that a motion for the
That
board?
is a motion to approve that.
Disapprove.
So the motion, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow this evening.
It's a recommendation that the Board of Education deny requests for extended leave for child care rearing.
Okay, and was there a second?
A second. Second. Yeah.
There were a lot of seconds. I heard Dottie loudest that time. Okay. Does anyone have any questions or discussion? I know this was discussed earlier this evening in HR.
Yes.
I don't hear or see anybody saying that they had additional information or questions from your earlier discussion. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Guarino.
On the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Zine,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes,
Motion carries 9-0.
that's all I
Okay.
have.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Okay, do we have any liaison reports this evening? I'm not hearing anything. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Mosley. Under unfinished business, we have quite a few things, and I think they all go together regarding our hybrid and remote learning. So,
Sure.
go ahead,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Mosley.
All right. It's first of all, thank you everyone for tonight. In a minute, I'm going to ask Ms. O'Gara to explain the packet, the document in your packet around staffing. I think it's very, very clear that this is a very divided topic that we're going to discuss right now. I think we've heard from both sides on how people feel about returning in person and continuing with remote or even a hybrid. Even when I first presented to the board and to the public, that at the time Nashua was the only district or school district that was in the red, which was substantial. And what we've seen over the course, not just in New Hampshire, but also in Massachusetts, a growing increase in COVID-19 cases throughout our communities. There is no easy answer tonight. It's going to constantly be a challenge for us to move forward because of how divided we are on this. And so tonight, what I want to do is I have a calendar for the board to consider. We also have some information coming from the principals, and I'll get to that in a second. I think it's important that we understand that I think someone has me on speakerphone there. I think it's important to understand that there are some things that we have control over and some things we do not. We do not have control over the technical advisories that come out from the state. We do not have control over the traveling advisory that Mr. Marcoux made reference to. We can only adjust, adapt to our plan on what we want to do moving forward, and that's all we can do. So partly what I'd like to talk to you tonight, again, Tara, could you, wait a minute, I'll just get to Tara in a second. What I'd like to do is really get to what the heart of this really is. And it's really about the staffing. It really is. And I wish that I could have a crystal ball to hire as many subs that we could get to work in this district. But the reality is that we still struggle with staffing, particularly at our secondary schools. Today, I was in my office and I was, getting ready for this meeting, and I got a call from an elementary principal. Sherry, there you go. I think this, when Sherry called me, I said, oh my goodness, do we have another case of COVID? What's going on? And then she called me with her usual laughter and said, Dr. Mose, I got a story to tell you. And she told me the story. And Sherry, before Dana starts to speak, I just want you to share that story that you had with me upon just what I would say a typical day, not a typical day, but maybe a typical day, I don't know, and what's happened in your building as a building principal. Go ahead, Sherry.
Thank you, Dr. Mosley. So it was a typical day. We have our kinders and our first graders back, and one of my kindergarten teachers needed to take a personal day today, which happens. She put in for it in a timely manner, and a sub picked it up. So I was very, very grateful. So the sub came in, the day got started, just like it always does. And one of our little kindergartners began to cough, and his nose was running, and he said he had a headache and didn't feel very good. His tummy hurt. So we took him into our nurse, and she, did the standard routine of looking him over and decided that he probably better go to our COVID room, and gave mom a call. So, we took the little ones outside, and our janitor came in and cleaned the room, and the little guy went home. And I turn around and literally bump right into the sub that was in this kindergarten room. And she says to me, "I'm leaving." And I was kind of stunned. I didn't really expect that. I said, "Excuse me." And she said, "No, I'm leaving because there could be a case of COVID in your school and I'm not staying. It's not safe." And she turned around and left me high and dry. Luckily I have amazing staff. My para stepped right in and she took the class, and my behavior para was in there, and my social worker, and we were fine. But I said to Dr. Mosley, it was really stunning. Not something that I had expected would happen in a normal day. So.
Thank you. Thank you. And one of the things that we continue to struggle with as a district is really the coverage piece when we have people out. And this is a very different environment than we've ever experienced before. In a typical environment, as educators, as teachers, as administrators, we usually soldier on. If we're feeling sick, we get the sniffles, we're not feeling well, we usually have an aspirin and we just kind of go about our business. What we're telling our faculty, what we're telling our staff is to stay home. And that's hard. And the principals that you see in the room are really the ones that are fielding all of these situations. We're also against the backdrop of an outbreak in our own community. We're substantial in our own community as well. We're also taking care of our own family members during this time. And that has also created a situation for our faculty in terms of availability. So there are some options that the board is going to have tonight in terms of return to school, as I promised 2 months ago. Whatever option you decide, my administrative team will implement. With that said, I'd like briefly, Dana, if you could just tell us, just give us the public an update on FMLA, EFMLA, and ADA, and what that feels and looks like in our district. And then I'll jump to the calendar proposals that the board can consider tonight.
So all of you in your packet, you have the chart of the FMLA, the EFMLA, and the ADA. And we break it out for paras and teachers. The para numbers are up a bit. What I really want to talk about is the column that I added about teachers needed. You'll see it to the right where all the different subject areas are totaled up. And we need to compare that to what happens in the summer. So hiring teachers is a seasonal process. And in the summer, you know, the kids are graduating school, colleges, and their new teachers are coming in. Teacher contracts are up and teachers are changing schools. And during the summer, we hire about 80, 90 teachers, right? And we do it and we get it done. For the most part, we had a couple of stragglers this year. But if you look at the chart, we need 112 in-person teachers. That's more than when we're in the summer hiring for the upcoming school year. And it's a lot more difficult to find that during the school year than it is in the summer when all the kids are graduating and all the teaching staff is changing to go to different districts. So that's, if you're going to take away anything from that chart, you take away the 112 teachers, the social workers, the special ed, 20 special ed teachers. Special ed is already critical shortage area. We have biotech teachers, ELL teachers, engineering teachers, 13 social studies teachers. That's kind of monumental, you know. We don't even have 20 social studies or
13 social studies teachers when we're hiring for the upcoming year. So that, if anything, I think that's the most important part of that chart. We also have how many, we went out and gave all the elementaries one permanent building sub, and the high schools, the 2 high schools had 2 before, now they have 2 more, so they have 4, and the middle schools all have 2. If you look at that chart on the far right column, you'll see the number of people who applied for those jobs. Now, the high schools have done a great job. Actually, South is all set. They have all their permanent subs. We had some more paperwork come in for them. But if you look at some of the numbers, 1, 1, 2, and that's who we have. And this is, you're guaranteed a job every day, and you're going to get health insurance with it. And the rate of pay is $115 a day. And these are our numbers. We ran, and the per diem subs that, we had sent out a memo, it was about 94. We've only got maybe 6, 7 more to put through the hopper. This report is the absence report. It's actually run out of ASOP, is our frontline project platform. And if you look, I'm gonna go to Charlotte Ave. Trish, I'm picking on your school, right? If you look at Charlotte Ave, right? Charlotte Ave had 4 teacher absences. They may do somehow with, not needing 3. All they wanted was 1. They had no sub to fill it. But the bigger picture, look over in the para column. There were 13 para absences. They wanted 12 needed to be filled, and they couldn't fill them. So I think that's it for our reports from HR.
Well, thank you. All right, at this point, would you mind, Tara, displaying the principal's proposal? And what I'd like to do, and what I want the public to see, is that this is an option that meeting with the principals, talking with them, that they express their concerns. And with that, how do you balance that against the backdrop of people that want to go back right now? But the principals and the teachers, as you heard today, have some reservations about their safety and staffing needs. But also there are people that want to go back too. So there's always that balance. So partly tonight is that the public and the board is going to hear from what I would consider that, different perspectives, and then you can decide. You can decide on what option or what calendar you decide that you want to go with. Either way, it's in the best interest of kids, but understanding that there are peaks and valleys when it comes to hybrid, and there's also peaks and valleys when it comes to remote. No one in education is saying that remote learning is going to replace the in-person model. It never will. But given the pandemic and given what we're trying to do and understanding the needs of our kids, we're doing the best we can. So partly tonight, and we worked on this. I say the collective we, Garth and the principals, Anthony. This was a long and healthy discussion because we're seeing it and feeling it just as everyone else is. And so I thought it would be important to just, capture those voices of what our real challenge is here at the district level. It's really the staffing, but I'm not dealing with it directly. Actually, I am dealing with it directly a little bit at central office, but certainly when we talk about teachers, we talk about para educators, and I'm not sure if he's on the call here, but we also talk about bus drivers as well, that everything is connected in our district. Everything is. So at this time, Tara, could you mind queuing up thank you. Mike Mahoney. I guess just, I can't see everyone anymore, so I apologize. I know that it was Michael and Gabe and I'm sorry, Keith, that wanted to speak to this, and then I'll speak to the other option as well.
To kind of reiterate some of the things that Dr. Mosley had said, we had met as a principals group, Dr. Mosley last week, and staffing has really been the biggest concern of ours in looking at how to return. To speak at the high school, we have had some special ed programs return. We've had some of our CT classrooms returned. In all instances, our teaching staffs, we've been 100% staffed for those programs. Our biggest one day of students returning was when we had our SATs for our seniors. We had about 300 seniors return in October. Again, we were 100% staffed and ready to go. And when we're 100% staffed, our safety protocols fall into place. We're following strict safety protocols, and I'm not so concerned about our safety protocols, but I'm concerned when we don't have the staffing, our safety protocols will start to fall apart. And I think with what we looked at for a calendar was trying to buy some time to work with the board to figure out how do we solve these issues. At the high school level, on a normal day, subs were tough to find to come into the building. Mr. Burns and I were running some of our attendance from the past fall, where we would have 15 teachers out on a day and 10 of those would be uncovered. In that instance, we typically would put multiple classrooms together in the lecture hall or in the auditorium. Is that an option in this type of environment? You know, we're not sure that we can do that safely. So that's why we kind of want to work with you guys to figure out, what do we do in that instance? You know, is there a breaking point where we cannot have school safely for one day because of a staffing issue? So if you look at this calendar, following some models of other schools that we were going to be returning in December and November, there's concerns around the Thanksgiving break with people traveling and not wanting to put anybody on the spot. You know, if they do travel to see family or take care of loved ones, things like that during that time, they need to quarantine for 14 days. So we thought trying to have some grade levels return under that type of environment just might add to more of stress, anxiety, trying to do so and safely. And then we'll get into our holiday break in December, where again, we're going to fall into the same pattern where, you know, for those 2 weeks, we might have staff travel where they can't come into the building and work with their students in the hybrid model. So we've essentially just moved out some of those programs till January. If you see December, we did fall, sorry, Tara, going too fast for it. We did do the 2 weeks after Thanksgiving. You see the programs that were already in school on the 14th, they would come back. They've been in school. We have that 2 week period after the Thanksgiving break and they return. We go out for our holiday break in December. We take the 14-day quarantine time period, and then you'll see in the red how we phase our programs, our grade levels back into school. You'll see that secondary, we kind of kick off on January 27th. It's kind of a natural break in our schedules. At the high school, we would be starting semester 2. So brand new slate of classes for most students at that time. Grades have been entered and moving forward. And it's the halfway point of a trimester for our middle schools. You'll also see how at the elementary level, different grade levels are being phased in on those weeks to start. We're grade 2 on the 19th, grade 3 on the 25th, and we slowly roll in one grade at a time. And by February, any student has selected a hybrid as their model for learning would be back in the buildings. But as Dr. Mosley said, we still have a lot of work to do before we get to this to make sure it's done safely. And I think that number one concern that we have is the staffing.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to Keith's point, I think people think when we talk about safety protocols, we're only talking about COVID. When we're talking staffing, part of that safety is making sure that somebody's there to watch the kids. It's not simply just a COVID thing. Some of the staff has been getting a taste of what it's like to be in the building with students. We love seeing the students in the building. The kindergarten is in, the first grade is in, and it's wonderful, but there's only so many kids you can put in a classroom based on the guidelines that we are mandated to follow. Ms. Fulton told a story today about the substitute that left. We had a lunch monitor who resigned at the end of her first day because she looked at what her environment was and she wasn't comfortable. But one thing I wanted to touch on when we did this calendar is we were really looking at the numbers in the travel piece and having to quarantine. And we thought that was really important. We thought it was very smart, actually, to kind of tackle that so that we're not going backwards in January. We're ready to move forward in January. And one thing Lisa Gingras said tonight when talking about the athletics, she made a comment that, you know, sometimes she has to go with her gut. She doesn't like to do that. But mostly she needed to look at what was going on right now. It's exactly what Lisa said tonight. And so that's the question we have to look at. What is going on right now? And it's quite evident that things in the public and the COVID numbers that we see are not trending in the right direction right now. So we want to keep the kids in that we have in. We want to get the other kids in, but we just want to be smart about it, just like the athletic department was smart, so that there is a light at the end of the tunnel and we can get kids back in this year.
I just would like to reiterate, I should have said this at the beginning, is we want the kids back in school. That's how we know how to do school. I struggle to walk into a building where there's only, 30 kids tops when I'm used to 1,800. Our routines are out of whack, and, I didn't, want to become a principal of an empty building. So please know that we want to make sure that all our kids are back, and we know they need it. I meet with a small group of kids on Fridays just to kind of check up to see how they're doing. And that's their number one thing is, Mr. Richard, when you get me back in? When you get me back in? I got accosted at Market Basket the other day. Mr. Richard, when we coming back? I had my hat on, my mask on. I was trying to be incognito, but it didn't really work very well. But that's their number one question whenever, I run into kids in this community is when are we getting back? And it kills me not to have a good answer for them. But I think if we can tackle these safety concerns, and as Mr. Mahoney said, safety protocols, staffing is our number one preventer. You know what I mean? Make sure the kids are safe, and we just want to make sure that as we send kids to a classroom, that there's a adult there ready to greet them and keep them safe throughout the whole day.
Yeah, and we did approach Dr. Mosley and ask if we could attend this meeting, not to promote or defend anything, but simply to connect with the school board and to let you know that we are here to meet with you, to answer questions that you might have, that we know our buildings better than you do, frankly. We've been here a long time. We have a lot of institutional knowledge in this meeting right here, and we are an open Zoom. We will Zoom at you anytime to answer questions. We would invite you into our building to walk the building if you're comfortable with that, just so you can put some eyes on some of the scenarios that we have in place and why we can or can't do things. So please, anytime.
I don't know if I can't see everyone. I just want to touch on the middle school piece, and then I'm going to jump to.
I'm here, Dr. Mosley.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, if you need me to speak, but what I have to say about the middle school really just echoes what Mike has to say about the elementary.
We can't hear. Yeah, whomever is speaking, we can't hear you.
Can't hear.
Oh, it's Mr. Falzarano.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
I think I was a little too far. All I said was, only thing I can say is I can back up what Mike has to say, Mr. Mahoney has to say, and Mr. Richardson. We have teachers who are pining for kids to get back in the building, but at the same time, we have plenty of teachers who don't know what's going to come of their day, and they're fearful of coming back to a building where they don't know if they're going to get sick. We also don't, right now we have a number of teachers that we're kind of aware of that are coming back, but saying that we don't know if they're going to change their mind. And once a student is on the bus and gets to us, if we have those last minute teachers that can't come in for any particular reason one day, we don't have the capacity and the space to hold on to those students. It becomes very difficult, and that's all unforeseen variables. It's all things that are all hypothesized, but I think in this case we have to look at that hypothesis as the worst case scenario and what comes of that, as opposed to waiting for it to happen and then trying to punt, as they would say. So again, we want the kids, but how we're gonna handle them with limited human resource capacity as a potential is very nerve-wracking.
Thank you. I think one of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about is That's one perspective, and it's a perspective that we're all struggling with, is really the staffing. And how do we get adequate staff to be in our buildings in this environment? And to Mr. Richard's point, and to the secondary, and I think district-wide too, the substitute issue isn't a COVID-19 issue. It has plagued our district since I've been here. And it's no one's fault in the room, or the Zoom room here, excuse me. It's no one's fault, but it's only been really highlighted in this environment because we're in COVID. So the next thing I'd like to do is to show you another option, an option that I actually broached probably about 2 or 3 months ago when we started talking about reopening, what that option would feel and look like. And again, this is another option for the board to consider. Tara, would you please share your screen, please? Thank you. Oh, you're giving me that look. Are you frozen? The yellow papers?
Dr. Mosley, exactly what sheet do you want?
Calendar, the calendar, I'm sorry.
Oh.
And I'll just walk as Tara is queuing this up. This is an option that we talked about around probably in September, and as we started to get going. And I guess I want to really echo what Ms. Gingras said, Mr. Mahoney said, I think Mr. Richards said, this environment in COVID-19 is changing constantly by the hour, by the email, by the availability. And so what I was very deliberate and pragmatic when we rolled out this calendar proposal, where at the 9th of which is today, that the board would make a determination in terms of moving forward. This is another consideration in terms of a calendar or a plan moving forward for hybrid. It's much more aggressive compared to what has been talked about earlier. But you have to, and I just want to share with the board and to the public, whatever hybrid model we select in moving forward, there's always that variable of staffing. And that means that there is the potential that there might not be enough staff in the building if we move forward with a hybrid. That's out there. The other piece that the principals are balancing too is with remote learning. It's much more consistent in terms of having a certified staff member in front of you, because you eliminate that in-person piece. Again, nothing's perfect. It is an exchange. It's an exchange for having something consistent compared to something that is unpredictable, and that would be what we would see in the hybrid model. So one of the things that we talked about probably like 2 or 3 months ago is about phasing in. I think I used the word every week, or I said every 2 weeks. And I use that parentheses every 2 weeks because today's the 9th and we've lost out on 1 week for phase in. And by losing out on that phase in week, that kind of pushes us to, the 16th. And so another kind of is that a train?
It does sound like a train going by somewhere, but.
Okay. All right, choo-choo. So another option would be grades 2 and 3 hybrid beginning in person on the 16th. Followed by, again, considering this, I know we have the traveling ban, but again, this is another, compared to another way of looking at it, you might, the board consider, putting that travel ban recommendation in some form of a context. And then on the 30th, you'd roll in grades 4 and 5, hybrid in person. Go ahead, Tara. Scroll down. Grades 6, December 7th would be grade 6, hybrid in person. The following week would be grades 7 and 8, hybrid in person. Again, all contingency upon staff. Go ahead, Tara. In December, we were following that 2-week quarantine period for families. But again, if the board wills that they don't necessarily, it's an advisory, it's not recommended. We did put down grades 9 and 10 hybrid on the 19th, but given the fact that the semester starts on the 27th, I believe, or the 28th, we could push that back, or you can keep the 19th. So the board tonight has two options that they can consider in terms of the plan and implementation. Our safety protocols, the metrics that I talked about 2 weeks ago, are aligned with the state. If you recall my last presentation, particularly around the determination whether to remain as a district, remote, hybrid, or in person. The variable at the very bottom was staff, and that staffing has not changed. And staffing is something that's always going to be a challenge in this environment. It's always a challenge in this environment, even without COVID. We have people who are dealing with their own medical, if you put COVID aside, you have people who are dealing with their own medical needs, whether it's battling cancer, having a baby for the first time, caring for loved ones who don't necessarily have COVID, and also helping individuals who are recovering, whether it's from COVID or other medical conditions. This is not easy. This is not an easy call. This is not an easy plan. It's not easy because whatever it's decided tonight or not decided, we're still going to get the pushback. And I said that, I think I emailed that to the board president, and I think I emailed that all to the entire board. So I think that moving forward, always think of the kids. We want to keep kids safe. I believe that when our principals are here tonight and they're talking about their faculty and their staff, making sure kids have a place to go, but also a place to be supervised too, and to get and to engage in learning. And not knowing is a real concern. And so, you know, as the building principal shared with me on a pretty extensive meeting, what happens if we get we don't have enough staff? What do we do? And that's a good question, you know. And to Keith Richards' point, we can't put them in the auditorium. That's what we did. We put them in auditoriums, we put them in study halls. And when my first year here, parents, one of their first concerns when I was doing my listening tours was, what are you going to do about substitutes? What are you going to do about them? And they've always been a problem in terms of coverage for substitute teachers. So the board has a very difficult decision to make tonight in terms of where they want to go and how they want to accelerate the calendar, to accept or vote on a calendar tonight. The board also has an opportunity to, if they want to accelerate it. The board has an opportunity to not do that as well. So I thank you for your time, and certainly whatever determination that the board makes, the leadership team, the principals will certainly make sure that they implement it. Your decision. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mosley. And thank you to all of the principals who are here. I think we have somebody from all 17 schools. So
you do.
Yep. So thank you to each and every one of you for taking time out of your evening to come to us this evening. I really appreciate that. And I appreciated having the memo, which had a lot of concrete and good information for us. I am going to go back to my chart and just go around instead of taking hands, because I can't see half the people participating. So also thank you to everyone for allowing Dr. Mosley to finish his presentation without interruption. That's always helpful. Okay, Ms. Giglio.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the work that went into the presentation and forming of both of these calendars. And it may be too soon, but I would like to move that we approve the calendar proposed by the principals and the assistant principals, which, given the current rate of COVID and the lack of professional staff, is the only one that looks really safe to me. So am I allowed to make a motion at this point?
I second it.
Yeah, yes, you can.
I did.
So I'm still going to go around because everyone can always speak to or ask questions. So hold on one moment. So the motion is to approve the principal's, I'm going to call it the principal's calendar.
Yes, yes.
Let's call it the Yeah, I'm just gonna call it that. Do you have a better name, Dr. Mosley?
District.
No, it's a great name. I'll go with that name.
Wait, just for the purpose of the motion, so that everyone understands that we're talking about the
They're
same
awesome.
thing.
And I would just include this too, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam President. I would be remiss if I didn't include Dr. McKinney in this, and Anthony Parker, and all the directors. I mean, this was last week we had a pretty long powwow about this, and everyone showed up for it. So I would say that I just want to thank everyone. So I'm good with the name. I'm glad about the process and the product.
Okay, so this was Ms. Giglio and Ms. Timmons. Okay, Ms. Giglio, did you have anything else you wanted to say or any questions?
No, I've said everything I think I need to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming here tonight in this presentation. Before I amend that motion, I just want to say that I'm glad the principals came and wrote this whole thing up, because the purpose of the pandemic committee that we were forming was so we could sit down, and I've said many a times that I'd like to sit down with the parents, have the teachers in a round table here to discuss the reopening of the schools. I understand the situation that is upon everybody, but I want to let everybody know that I would never think about sending our students back to school if I didn't feel it was safe. But I've always said from the beginning is that the hybrid, 2 half days a week, why send them even to school? And we could have had a plan more to send them back full-time and remote. And do we have teachers that don't want to come in? I've been back to work since May 28th. I wear a mask and I work in retail. And I go shopping and I have a normal life and I put the mask on. And so I have a very hard time. And I also have a disability on top of it with immune issues. So I do what I have to do. I have to get up and I have to go to work every day whenever I'm scheduled to make ends meet. So I understand this. And I think this is the time when we do roll our sleeves up, we get the pandemic education committee off to a start. I would love if we can do a round table, and people who don't feel that they can come in, we could do it in the high school auditorium. It's big enough to separate everybody. Can we do it? We do not have to have it televised as long as we have public notice, because there were times when I was on the Board of Ed before, we did not have television, as long as you post a public notice. And have parents come in and socially distance with the mask. And let's get this going here, because we've wasted September, October, we're into November now. The time for these kids to have been back in school should have been the warmer months when the windows could have been open and you got fresh air in there. We've lost valuable time, and you listen to these parents begging us and in tears. And when I stood at the polls on Tuesday, I had parents coming up to me and saying, Mrs. Johnson, thank you. It seems like you're the only one who seems to be listening about all this. We appreciate this. This isn't my child, but if it was my child, I'd be out there fighting for my child. When they were in school, I was in school all the time fighting for my kids. They hated to see me in school every day. I was in there because they were my kids, and if I didn't advocate for them, who would? So I'm going to amend the motion. And my motion is going to be to send the calendar to the curriculum committee for the discussion, since it hasn't been vetted and we don't do all this work at the full board. This is a committee work. And I think if in fact, Dr. Mosley, Mr. McKinney, Dr. McKinney, the principals, and we bring the parents and teachers in here and we sit around, we work this out and get these kids back to where they have to be. I mean, enough is enough. You heard the parents about the sports. Kids, thank God, aren't getting sick with the sports, but we can't put them in school to learn. I think there's a problem here. They need the sports, they need the learning here. And we're missing a whole piece on this. So I'm asking now for this to be sent to the curriculum committee, and that's where it should be, and we should be working on this, not at the full board level. That's what we talk about, meetings 5-6 hours, because instead of doing things in committee like this, we're doing it at the full board. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. So Ms. Johnson proposes an amendment which is to send the the principal's calendar to the curriculum committee
Yes,
prior to approval.
yes, please.
Point of order. It's an amendment to the motion. It kind of kills the motion. So it's really not an amendment. So it's kind of confusing, I think.
Well, point of order, it's not confusing.
I think it might have been, I'm just talking about parliamentary procedure. If you want to table it, it would be a different, different thing so that it could be sent to committee. But the way it seems kind of awkward the way we're doing things here. So it's not really an amendment to the motion. It's really what Ms. Johnson is proposing is to table it and send it to committee. That's what it seems what is happening. And I think that's what we should try to get straight so everybody knows what's going on rather than say it's an amendment to the motion, because it's really kind of contradictory.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Ziem, from your historical perspective and your knowledge of parliamentary procedures, do you have an opinion on this?
I agree with Mr. Guarino. I believe that it's not an amendment is to change. To amend is to change. She hasn't changed. I agree with Mr. Guarino. I believe that she either needs to ask to table it and then make a new motion if everybody agrees to table it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ziem.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I'll make a motion to table it at the full board and then to send it over to the curriculum committee. I'll make this.
Okay. Is there a second for Ms. Johnson's motion to table?
I second.
Okay. Seconded by Ms. Bishop. This is not debatable as we discussed earlier. Ms. John, is your motion to table and send it to the curriculum committee, or is your motion to table and then you intend to make a second motion to send it over?
I can make a second motion, so it's a clean motion, send it
Okay.
over to the curriculum committee.
Okay, now that we're clear, Mr. Guarino, on the motion to table it?
Okay, on the motion to table it, Raymond Guarino votes no. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
No.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
No.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons,
No.
4 noes, 5 yeses. The motion carries. The motion is tabled.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to send the calendar to the curriculum committee. The principal's calendar.
So only that calendar or the discussion of the hybrid calendar as well?
Everything. My mistake.
Can
The
you,
hybrid calendar. I'd like to make a motion to send the principal's calendar and the hybrid calendar to the curriculum committee.
Seconded.
thank you, Ms. Bishop. I just wanted to make sure I wrote it down properly. I know Mr. Guarino takes much better notes than me, but I still try. Okay, so, and that was seconded by Ms. Bishop. So on this, I would like to give people a chance to speak on this motion because it is something that is debatable. Ms. Johnson, do you have anything else to say on your motion?
No, I'll listen to everybody else. I might come around at the end. Thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Oden?
For me, I had the question of how do we know we're going to have the staffing in January? If staffing is such an issue, how do we know we're going to have the staffing in January to go back to a hybrid? Do we have to evaluate how much we're paying subs again? Does anybody have an answer for that?
Ms. O'Gara, please.
Mrs. Oden, these are long-term subs. that we're hiring, and they come in at the rate of 175 a day. But they have to be certified teachers, and that's what the issue is. And we can't get per diem subs that aren't certified. And now we're looking for 20 special ed teachers and 11 science teachers, and I just don't know how. It's so hard during a school year to do that.
Well, as I said, if we put this off until January, there's no guarantee we're going to have the subs in if this is the problem now. Is that correct?
Yes.
I guess my second question is, Dr. Mosley, the principals have invited us to visit their schools. Do you have a problem with that?
No, not at all.
Okay,
We've done
thank
that
you.
before.
Okay, Dottie, was that it?
I'm done at this point. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to skip myself. As Dr. Mosley mentioned, I sent him a long list of questions from myself and the ones that other board members emailed me over the weekend earlier today. So I don't need to take up more time on that right now. Ms. Timmons.
Thank you. I'm a little disappointed that we're not listening to the principals. And there was a principal that said that they're in the school, they know the school better than we do, and we don't listen to them. We don't listen to the professionals. We don't listen to the science. We're not listening to HR. And it's disappointing that the people that know the schools the best, we're not listening to. I'm totally disappointed. I think that some board members think that they know the schools better than the people that work in the schools. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Timmons. Ms. Deem.
I have several questions. One of my questions is we seem to have a large number of accredited teachers that we cannot fill. And I guess, what do you do when you can't fill it? Does that mean you just don't offer that subject? For instance, was it 11 science teachers that we don't have? So whatever it was, would you then say, all right, so we can't do those science classes, or do you take somebody who's not accredited? And then I guess I should ask all my questions at once. So the other thing that I have an issue or I'm wondering about, some of the high school classes were quite large, as I remember, and with the social distancing, and the high schools, of course, are they're the best that we have because they're among the newest. And so because of that, they're pretty good, they're beautiful schools, obviously. So having said that, do we have space problems with social distancing there? Or do we have social distancing problems in the elementary schools, which are older, and as I remember, some of them are smaller? And so, would that not again go to this question of how many kids end up in the class and how many don't? Like if the average class would be 23, and so 7 or 8 of those decide that they're going to go online and learn because they're afraid of the high risk. Now you have a reduced number. So is that not another moving target that makes this difficult to deal with? I guess I would just like a little more understanding of and finally, in the conversation, South High School wasn't mentioned unless I misunderstood. And it may be, there are some new faces for me on this here, because I think some of these faces may have come after I left the board and came back. And so maybe it was mentioned and I didn't get it. But I heard them saying that South rather, was doing fairly well, but no mention was made of North. So does that mean that North has a bigger problem than South? I'm sorry. So those are my 3 questions.
I can jump in on the high school piece, and I will never compare Mr. Burns' school north to south, so I will not take this shot in public here. So the scheduling question, that's a great question, Mrs. Eam. Our high school schedule is very complex, and we offer to get to, we offer 27 credit diploma. Kids take up to 8 credits a year, so that, without doing anything outside of our school, that's 32 credit opportunities. So we offer a lot of courses outside of the required courses for our kids to graduate, because we want to have well-rounded students leaving our school. In saying that, we often only have maybe one section of a course or one teacher who teaches a particular course, an AP class, a CTE class, for example. So all of our classes are scheduled with students because they're meeting right now remotely. So 100% are scheduled, and our teachers are teaching 100% of their teaching load. So if we don't have a body, say one of those teachers is approved on ADA and they're not going to come in the hybrid model, we have a lot of work to do to figure out what that's like. We can't just shift those kids out of that schedule. They need that class to graduate in many instances. So that's where we're going to have some trouble, and that's why maybe the semester 2, we're going to have a survey going out to our families, I believe, soon. And somebody correct me if I'm speaking out of turn here, to find out the updated remote versus hybrid list. I think we're going to have to go through that, look at schedules closely. It's not going to be perfect, but we're going to have classes where kids have selected hybrid. We're going to have classes that kids have selected remote. They're going to be in the same class. And if that teacher's in the building, or if that teacher is ADA approved or ESMLA approved and out of the building, we need to figure out how that class is going to run. And that's some of the work that we need to get done soon, once we have this data in front of us. Hope that makes sense. I know it's kind of a complex answer to a complex situation.
I'll just jump into on the question about, I think, asking whether North was good or not. We've hired all of our daily subs as well, our permanent subs. So we're at 4 as well. I think that was the question, Zine, that you were asking about between North and South.
I just want to say that I think that the secondary schools have done what they needed to do to meet this situation. So
Thank you, Mr.
I compliment the principals on doing what they needed to do. They did it, and we've been working together, and so they've done it. So I just want to say that.
I know Ms. Deem's intention wasn't to leave the middle school out. She spoke a little bit to the elementary and to the high school. Middle school is a whole different animal. You are dealing with 7 classes. If we have multiple teachers out, that could constitute 1, 2, 3 teams potentially, depending on how many students, teachers are out in the building. We're really pushing in the district. It's been pushed for a middle school model, which is a team approach. It makes a big school smaller. And with so many teachers out, or potentially going to be out, that positions that can't be filled, what you're now doing is, after right now, 2.5 months in school, even though the students aren't in the building, they're still forming relationships as best they can with teachers. And then they have a potential to have to re-team. If you have enough teachers in the building that can form a small team, you take what we in the middle school would consider somewhat, many middle school teachers would consider a half a step backwards, potentially having to go to a junior high model where you don't have that team, and now you don't have the ability to talk and wrap around a kid because there aren't a team of teachers to talk about a particular student rather. So there are all these little subtleties that are very important at the middle school level, hugely developmental, that will potentially just go away. And to go to what Dana was talking about, maybe about an hour and a half ago, feels like, when we looked at the list of those daily subs, it looked at Penachuk had 1 or 2 applicants, but if you also look at Elm and Fairgrounds, they had about the same. Those are the same 3 people for 6 positions. I haven't looked at it, but I almost guarantee that you're looking at 3 people that may have also applied in other buildings as well. So that 1 or 2 is not like we didn't interview them and that we can bring them in right away. It's that they may already be gone to one of the other buildings. It's just it's spread super thin. So that pool is even drawn out to almost, paper thin. And so it just gets down to, what are we looking at?
You know, we're going to potentially go away from middle school model. We potentially don't have the ability to hire those daily subs because it's so thin and they're somewhere else in the district. There are so many variables to look at. That's my little piece right now from the middle schools. Not to mention that unfortunately Fairgrounds is kind of in shambles, so they're going to be moving around all over the place. It's even more difficult for Fairgrounds at this point in process of rebuilding.
And Mrs. Ziem, if I could add to that, part of the frontline ASOP reporting, you might see that we did not need many subs so far. Well, we didn't need many subs because everybody was remote for so long. So there was no need to ask for one. So when it says no sub needed, 14 out of 15, that's because our default was set to no sub needed because we were remote. So that does not mean people weren't absent. And it doesn't mean had we been in person, we would not have needed somebody. The other point is you had asked about class size and how many kids you can fit in a room. And it really depends on the building. I know my building's different than the next building. And so we are limited by that. We are limited by the teacher's contract and class size. So if I can't go over 25 students in that particular grade, and I know I need to have half of those kids on one day and half on the other, I then need to determine, can I fit 12 or 13 kids in that room? So those are the things that we would love to share with you in person, you know, if you ever wanted to talk.
Ms. Ziem, you're on mute.
Y'all, I think somebody else. Oh, so I have to hold it down. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to go to a class for technology. But anyway, you know, I want to say to each and every one of you, nobody ever agrees 100% one with another. We're all human and we all have different ideas. But from my perspective, I want you to know from the bottom of my heart how much I appreciate what each and every one of you are doing. I think Nashua is so lucky and so gifted to have people who care so much and who commit so much and give so much of themselves. And I just can't say enough about my great respect for all of you. I really can't. And I think we obviously need to have deep discussions about how we can, there are no easy answers. Dr. Mosley, I think you hit it on the head. There are no easy answers. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Ms. Ziem. Ms. Bishop.
Yes, I have to say thank you. You guys put in a lot of effort into this plan and you can see it. I have so many questions, though, not necessarily surrounding, you know, the specific calendar, but if we still have students who are choosing, and this is why I think it should go back into committee so that we can have more discussions with principals and with teachers and with parents. You know, what is remote going to look like for the students that continue to choose doing remote, and how does it vary in equality to those who are choosing to go back to in-person? If we have teachers who are able to teach remotely to the remote educators, what kind of training are we bringing forward to them in order for them to best utilize the tools that we're giving them to teach adequately? How much training to give the remote learning? Really, what are the metrics in giving an equal education to those who need to stay at home because they're at high risk? And how do we measure that? You know, what are the state standards? Are they going to look the same or different if people are home or at school? I think on its face, both calendars look great because they get students back into school, but I think we're missing a big chunk of the meat, which has to do with the curriculum. I'm not an educator. I'm not an administrator. I'm a parent. I want to know when I'm choosing for my kids what is going to happen with them, what education they're looking at. That would be a completely different scenario if they're going to be getting, you know, maybe what I consider to be a subpar education remotely as opposed to in person, yet I'm not comfortable sending my kids to in person. I want to know what's going to be best for my kids, which is exactly what the parents in the district are asking about. You know, what is this going to look like for my kid? I think we had a lot of parents over the summer choose remote because they didn't know what hybrid was going to look like. So that's my piece about bringing some of this back, to the committee level. I think we need to look at that. But then I have a couple of other questions in regards to staffing, because it sounds like, we say on one hand, we need to stay remote because we don't have the staffing available to us, but we can do these plans because we have the staffing available to us. But we have the staffing available to us now because we don't have the students in school. So we go back to in school and all of a sudden we don't have the staffing. So it's a little confusing. And the other question I had in regards to this teachers going away for holiday break is, if you know you're going away and you're going to need to quarantine for 2 weeks because you've planned for that, don't we have to go through a system where people are requesting time off after winter break? And doesn't that have to go through HR? And do we approve every single vacation time that people need to take? Going away to visit relatives is a choice. So I would think that they would have to ask for the time off when they came back from that. But also, if we go back to in-school learning to some degree and more teachers are working in the classroom, other states are saying that you need to have a 2-week quarantine before you even enter into that state. So does that mean that the teachers are going to be taking 2 weeks off before winter break, before they go see their loved ones, let's say in Florida, and then 2 weeks again when they come back because they have to quarantine when they come back into this school? And don't we approve all of that time off? And don't people have to have enough of that time off? Just because you choose to leave the state doesn't mean you get the opportunity to take paid time off. Again, I have so many questions. I think these are all of the questions that we've been asking since August. I hate to be, the bad guy in this and saying that thank you for all your work, but I'm just not ready to vote on it yet. I think it needs more information, but you know what? If there are two sides to every coin, I guess I'm on the side of people disliking what I'm asking and saying. But I think we've said this from the beginning. This is a hard decision. Not everybody's going to agree. And I just happen to be on the other side of that right now. I think we have a lot of parent questions. Sorry, my Biden stutter comes out every once in a while. Parents have a lot of questions that need answers that I think can be answered best in committee. And I think teachers and the union is emailing us a lot of questions that I think need to be answered in committee. We're already at 8:46 for a 2-hour meeting, and we're not even halfway through unfinished business. So that's where I stand. I think there are a lot of unanswered questions, but obviously if we know the answer to the taking time off question in regards to quarantining, I'd love to hear the answer to that. Thank you, Ms. O'Gara.
There's a state rule that we have to quarantine if we go outside of the New England area. And when and we have a MOU with the NTU that says that when first staff have to quarantine, they can work remotely. So, and when they can't, because it's a government quarantine, it comes under the EPSL as well. So if staff cannot work remotely, they're paid under the EPSL, which is government money. Because it's a mandated quarantine from the state to travel.
That's only if they leave. If they choose to leave, they're choosing to enter into that government-sponsored plan, which means we're out of teacher school.
We ask them first to work remotely.
A say over how many teachers we can have out.
So school vacation is not work. It's not on the work schedule. It's not a vacation. It's not part of a teacher's work schedule when we have that Christmas break.
But again, they don't have to leave. And it's government recommended, just like this policy is government recommended, that you stay in state and you don't leave. So if you're going against state recommendations to begin with, then you're going against state recommendations and you get to stay home and get paid and not do in-school teaching?
The state doesn't require you to stay. They don't require you, they don't mandate that you can't leave.
It's just recommended, just like the 14-day quarantine is recommended.
The 14-day quarantine is more of a given that you have to do. They can't, you know, they're not going to come around and police it, but it's a expected thing that happens.
But I guess that would go the same with not leaving the state. I mean, they're both recommendations. Why is one recommendation heavier than the other?
I think mostly because of the US Constitution allows you life, liberty, and all that, and you can choose to go out of state.
Ms. Bishop, what's the rule at the hospital?
We had to sign contracts based on our employment, that if we left the state, that we would have to self-monitor for 14 days, and we have to fully quarantine if we're exposed.
Thank you. I see Dr. McKinney's hand. I don't know if other people have hands because I can only see half of you.
Well, I'm just glad you saw my hand. Thank you. I just wanted to share to Ms. Bishop's point, and one of the things I've grown to learn with the principals is it's not just the holidays. These scenarios happen during the weekends and the week. You know, people leave town, go to a wedding. Any of these things can happen. And particularly right now, if you're a hybrid teacher, we have a short kind of bench of filling in those positions. And if the kids are coming, we don't have somebody to man or be in that classroom. It literally just happened Sunday night with a COVID situation. It can happen. I know of a situation where a teacher has to go take one trip to a kind of a rising red state, pick up one kid, quarantine for 14 days, then later in the holiday break, do it again for the other kid and quarantine for 14 days. It's just a huge challenge. Madam President, I would just ask two questions if I could. Around if this was to go to the curriculum committee, would it be the November or the December meeting? And I would also ask the board to consider this Thanksgiving travel piece, because the timing of doing something may be in conflict with those two meetings, and that would pose a challenge to notifying parents, notifying staff, and around the district. So I'm just kind of, sorry, I'm brainstorming how to resolve that.
No, I think those are both good points. I guess I would hope that you and Ms. Brown could fit it in as soon as possible on your committee. Obviously, I can't tell Ms. Brown and you how to handle that committee because that's not how we play. It's not nice. But I would, request that you do it as soon as possible if, in fact, the motion passes and it goes to committee. I would also just say that the board brought up in August about having cameras and such so that, teachers could be more flexible in where they Zoom from. Ms. Bishop's brought up the point, I don't know, like every meeting since forever. So, I think this is why why people are asking for things to go to committee. So Ms. Bishop, was that it?
What I'm picking up and what I like to do is I try to mirror what other people are saying to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly. But I'm hearing a bigger push to stay remote. I mean, it doesn't even sound like it needs to be through the holidays, because if we are going to be constantly running into possible staffing issues, it's sounding like we're pushing to remain remote until we have staffing completely figured out. Would that be the case or not?
Madam Chair, may I just address Ms.?
Yes, thank you for speaking because I can't see everybody. So please go ahead.
We can, and I'll just kind of, what the principals have said, and I agree with, and the directors too, is that this is a staffing issue. You can push it to any committee you want. It's not going to solve the staffing issue. It really isn't.
So you want to stay remote?
No. All I'm asking is that I think there's a real push on both sides. Stay remote, go hybrid, or go fully in person. And honestly, I think that in some ways where you have an option to either what you define as the principal's schedule, which would essentially delay remote learning. I mean, would continue remote learning, and then we kind of work it through there, or accelerate it in terms of the schedule I presented it to you. You have that choice, but it's not going to solve the dearth of substitute teachers and subs we have in the classroom. I know you can put a camera in the classroom. You can put that camera in there. It can be the most beautiful owl camera that can follow that could be in the classroom. What I'm saying is that in this environment, you can have a teacher remote in, but I can't, and these principals cannot guarantee you or a parent that there will be an adult in that classroom with those kids who choose hybrid. And that's going to be a very, very different expectation and experience compared to a kid or student that has consistent remote learning. The bottom line in this environment, until this is over, and I think Mr. Hoffman made reference to it, a vaccine, the hybrid learning environment and in person is all contingent upon staffing for us and the spread of the virus. It's not a building issue, it's a human issue. And I know what other districts are doing, and I know it's a difficult decision you and your colleagues have to make, Ms. Bishop. I don't envy you. If you go one way, if you go on, using your analogy, if you flip the coin the other way, there are people who are gonna upset at you. You flip it the other way, there are gonna be people who are upset at you. It's a no-win situation. But if you want to accelerate and put the kids back in school, knowing everything in front of you that we're struggling with subs, you have that option to take that vote. If you want to follow.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I'm kind of deferring to your expertise, as you know, you've been in the schools for your entire professional career, where I'm not a teacher, I'm just a parent. What do you recommend? You're the expert here.
I would say that the experts have given their opinion to the board. It's up to you to decide.
Okay, so Ms. Bishop, I'm going to continue down the list, if I might. Ms. Brown is next.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you to all the administrators that put up so much work into this calendar. You know, I've always been pretty passionate about giving parents and teachers the choice to meet their educational and their health needs. And this calendar is an improvement on what we had, but we're still missing some details. And I think that's clear by the number of questions we've all had just going through this motion to move into committee. And I think that stuff we can really definitely get hashed out. As the chair of the Curriculum Evaluation Committee, I think we can definitely dig in and tackle these questions. We have a committee meeting next week where we can get the conversation rolling and possibly even have a vetted recommendation for the full board at the November 30th meeting, which will give the district time to troubleshoot plans for spring. And it'll also, we can even address then at that point, if we have an approved plan for the board, the motion to table the athletics and address that before their winter season even begins on September 14th, their 12th. So I think there's some, you know, a lot of work in a short period of time, but I think it's manageable. And so, yeah, so I support moving this to committee. I think there's some other good things in this packet of information that we've gotten that we can continue to address the calendar issue, how to make sure we're facilitating teachers. ordered at our last meeting, we approved, I think 1,600 new computers that have high quality video recording devices. So we can even improve not only the calendar experience on how we're getting kids back in the classroom that want to be there, but we can actually improve the remote learning experience and curriculum delivery for the students who want to stay remote. So, you know, I support moving this to committee. I think it's great. Is there, Ms. Raymond, am I the last person on your list to speak? Or is there somebody else?
No, Mr. Guarino hasn't spoken yet. Ms. Gilio started it.
Okay, that's fine. I was going to call the question,
And
but
then-
it's fine. We can. I want everybody to have a chance to speak.
Right. So I would suggest allowing Mr. Guarino to speak because he hasn't spoken. Ms. Gilio, you made the original motion.
Right, but I since that's changed, I would like to speak again.
Okay.
since the motion
Oh,
was-
yes, you're right, since there's a new motion.
Thank
And also Mr. Gao and Mr. Norris.
Thank you.
You know, I cannot reiterate enough the need for us to vet things through committee so that we don't spend an hour and however many minutes at a full board meeting going through questions and details and things that we have to think about, because if there's one thing we've learned about this board is that we like to feel very comfortable before we cast a vote, and we have a lot of questions all the time. So, okay, thank you for your patience with me. Mr. Guarino, Ms. Gilio, Mr. Norris, and Mr. Gao. And then we should be back to the beginning.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving me this time. I'm going to be brief. But I want to thank Dr. Mosley for the presentation. And I want to thank the staff and the principals for their effort and hard work. I respect your professional judgment. We need a plan forward, and we apparently put that plan on hold, but I'm not going to vote for a plan that will be difficult or next to difficult or very difficult to execute. And I'm not going to second guess the professionals. I'm disappointed that this board has a really hard time finding a way forward, especially since we have all this help. And I think our plan needs to be based on evidence and reality. It is not simply about what we want to do. It's about what we have the resources to accomplish. We need to get questions resolved for the public. And I see us taking too much time to make decisions. We aren't helping the public understand where they are with sending their kids to school, whether they want to keep their kids in school or whether they believe they want to keep their kids home. We're just not doing that. We're getting lost in the weeds. And so I just don't know what this board is thinking or what direction they want to go, but I hope we can do something soon to alleviate people's uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Gilio, and then Mr. Norris and Mr. Gao.
Okay, I think committees are wonderful. I think that we would have much longer meetings if we didn't have committees, you know. However, I think that we're all missing the point here. There's urgency involved. Thanksgiving is in 17 days. Based on my experience working in schools, many times when people are traveling for the Thanksgiving holiday or having relatives come visit, that starts earlier in the week, if not the weekend before Thanksgiving. So we do not have enough time to send this to a committee and have them spend, I don't know how many hours trying to make a decision about whether or not we need to consider not accelerating our hybrid program in order to try to prevent a spike in cases from the holiday of Thanksgiving through Christmas into New Year's, into the middle of January. I just don't think you're realizing the timeliness of this. And we take a lot of time to make decisions as a committee, absolutely. But this is one we don't have time for. And if we're going to go with the plan that the principals have recommended, it's a very sane, safe plan. It needs to be decided soon, not 3 weeks from now. We can't talk about it at our November 30th meeting, because by then people have already traveled and we've missed the boat. So I'm usually a very patient person, but I think I'm losing patience with people's inability to see that this is something that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Giglio. I'm just going to jump in there too, because I skipped my spot. For me, I can't personally vote for anyone to go hybrid. Well, any of the secondary kids to go hybrid until I know what the plan is very specifically for what the day looks like for remote students while their teachers are teaching kids in hybrid. Does remote become independent study for 4 days a week? Or because we don't have the equipment yet to have the teachers broadcast from their classrooms. And we don't know what teachers need to stay home to broadcast elsewhere. So I just can't, that's the very top of the list of questions that I have asked for answers and been told that I have the answers, but I have looked through all of the plans and I can't find them. So, so that's my hang up, and hopefully that can be banged out in committee. Secondly, I think we can perhaps have a motion for the week after Thanksgiving to allow the committee to work on the rest of it. But that's my suggestion. Mr. Norris?
Thank you. I'm just going to yield my time to Mr. Gao. A lot of my same sentiments were repeated by other board members. I won't drag it on any longer than necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Mr. Gao?
Awesome. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you all the principals and everyone who spent so much time putting this plan together. I really appreciate it. I'm going to make this really quick. Just one question and potentially a follow-up. I want to preface this really quickly saying that I understand Nashua is a very, very diverse and very unique city. We have a lot of our unique challenges, but also unique advantages. And I understand that we're different. But at the same time, right now, this pandemic that we're going through, the rest of the United States, the rest of the world is going through the same thing. So what I'm wondering is, I'm very curious, what are the other school districts doing with this staffing issue? How are they addressing this?
Dr. Mosley, do you know from your meetings with other superintendents?
Well, they're struggling, absolutely, but it all depends on the district. It really does. The smaller you are, the more likely you are to have the level of consistency. The larger you are, the more of the challenge. And one of the things that that's challenged with is that, and again, I being as honest and vulnerable as I can, larger districts are struggling with coverage of classrooms. That is it. And that's Manchester. I've had conversations with people from Manchester, Lowell. I mentioned my Lowell experiences and emails to the board members. Lawrence, and you know what Boston's doing. Now, grant you, I understand we're not as large as Boston, but cities are struggling with this. And it's against the backdrop of an increase in COVID-19 cases. Bobby Bagley was here the last time. She explained pretty comprehensively why the spread is where it's at. And we did hear the argument. We do see kids in supermarkets, but Bobby Bagley also said they're also seeing the kids in general are she said the words, quote, super spreaders. And she went into, I'm not going to do any justice to Bobby Bagley's explanation, but she gave a pretty about 15 to 20 minute presentation to the board and answered those questions. And she would have said, and she did say, it would have been worse had we been in school. So the fact that we were remote, we actually eliminated some of the spread. Fast forward, we can say it's not going to happen, but the reality is that, to Sherry Fulton's point, opening with that story, we can't control human nature. We can't. We can only control what we can control.
Sure, thank you. I totally resonate like with your concerns, definitely on the students' health and everything. I'm just, and I totally, respect. I understand you're putting in like, way more than you should be on this. I know I saw the letter that you sent out. I really appreciate, all the effort, all the heartfelt work that you put into this. I'm just worried that like, as Miss Bishop's question alluded to, by January, if we still don't have the staffing situation addressed, does that mean that we won't see the hybrid model take place this year?
I wish I had a crystal ball. I really do. I don't know. And the only thing I can tell you, I'm sorry, are you talking to me, Mr. Gao, or are you just throwing it out to everyone? I feel like I wasn't sure. Okay.
Whoever wants to pick up the question.
You know what? I'm going to be quiet. The best person to answer this is your principal. Mr. Richards, please. I'm not speaking for you.
No problem. Hey, Josh. No, that's a good question. Could we get there and staffing issues be there, or could the world we live in be different at that point too? But I think what this, the calendar that we put forward gets us through the holidays, because there was really big concern about if we start earlier and people travel and then they're out, we're kind of starting on a negative foot as we're trying to get kids back in the building. So we wanted to kind of set the date, move forward, work with the board to figure out all these issues and hopefully come up with solutions so that come January 16th, whatever that first date is after the holiday break in December, that we're ready to go. Through our work with the board, we might find other issues and might have to maybe delay it because we need to get answers before we move in back the kids into school. So I think we want to set a date, move forward towards that date, and answer the questions as best we can and be as prepared as we can. But we do know there are serious issues with the current calendar that we had, where we were going to return right after Thanksgiving and then going into the holiday break in December.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Richard and Dr. Mosley. Like, by no means am I trying to put any of you in a very hard situation. I'm just, I see the effect that remote learning has had on a lot of my friends, and I just want to make sure that there's some solution someday will arrive, and maybe like we'll be able to overcome the staffing issue somehow, so that we can see our kids back in school this year.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I was like clicking and not clicking in the right spot, and technology is defeating me at this late hour. Okay, I see that people have hands up. However, we have been around for over an hour. So I'm going to ask that if you absolutely feel that you need to speak for a second time on the question of sending it to committee, that you be as concise as possible. So I'm just going to go with the list. Go on the list. Miss Giulio was the last. So Miss Johnson.
Thank you. I'm printing something out in the background because I went on my iPad to find out about schools orange super spreaders, October 9th, the Atlantic. And it talks about the low risk between students and teachers here. I don't have a problem sending this article to the board. As I'm talking about it publicly, it's now a public document that can go to the board also. So there won't be any question about this. I'm just going to say I'm not trying to push anything, but I feel that we have gone round and round on this subject for a long time. We still don't have complete, decisive answers. The parents want to know, and I think it's time that we all sit down, roll up a sleeve, and we get some type of a plan together. For Thanksgiving, we're past Thanksgiving already, and I don't see anything really happening till probably the beginning of January at this point in time, because it's only remote right now. And I think it's time that all parents get a chance to speak on this, to tell us about their children and what's best for them. I'm not going to tell a parent what's best for their child, and I think it's about time that we open it up for all parents in the district to speak to us about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Oden?
I just want to thank the principals and all of their staff. I know they are working harder than they've ever worked. And I would say it's probably not as rewarding as seeing those kids every day and building those personal relationships. But I want to thank you for your efforts. I think you're doing an amazing job under difficult circumstances. You're on the front lines. And I think everybody appreciates what all of you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oden. I'm done. Ms. Timmons?
Thank you. I want to tell you something that just happened live now. I'm going to tell you this because it's currently happening. I was offline for a few minutes. You saw that I was on just my name, and I was getting a lot of calls because one of my children went to Southern Regional Hospital, Jen's Hospital, and it's a whole hospital room of COVID. She cannot be seen for at least 7 hours because the emergency room is jam-packed. Her parents can't go into the emergency room with her either. So we don't know if she have it, but we decided to take her home because it's best for her to be home than be in a room full of COVID. And that particular child also have siblings that's in several of your schools. So you think about that. COVID is no joke. I already know. I have family members that already been suffering from it. I have one that it was positive to yesterday, but this one is in Nashua this time. The last one was in Connecticut. So you think about that. I know parents want to get their kids back to school. That's reasonable to think that, but we got some serious problems here. And I think we're not out of the woods. And if you think so, you're sadly mistaken. Go over to Southern Regional Hospital where there is an outbreak as we speak.
Oh my goodness, Gloria, I'm so sorry to hear about one of your grandkids. And we have, I just want to express best wishes for her to feel better quickly, and fingers crossed that it is something mild. Mr. Mahoney?
I apologize if it's not okay for me to speak, but I just wanted to point something out. I think you need to separate two things right here. We're talking about whether we go hybrid, whether we do this or that. You have to look at the holidays as a singular thing. I know the Londonderry superintendent tomorrow night is proposing to the board that they go all remote through the holidays. I'm sure other districts will follow suit. I know there's a school in a neighboring town right across the river right now. The entire school is out for 2 weeks, quarantined, every 900 students. So this stuff is real, but parents need a plan about what we are doing post Thanksgiving, post Christmas. Even if we were all in person right now and there was no hybrid and there was no remote, you would need a plan for that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. And just to remind everybody, I can't see everyone, so it is okay to shout out. It's not normal protocol, but otherwise I might miss you, and I don't want to do that.
Ms. Heather, Madam President, sorry.
Oh, see, someone's already taking me up on it. Ms. Brown?
I'd like to call the question, please.
I'll second it.
Okay. Call the question is not debatable. Mr. Guarino?
Okay, on the motion to call the question, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson?
Yes.
Sandra P.
I'm sorry, Mr. Guarino, does everyone understand what call the question is and what we're voting on?
No.
Because
We're
Ms.
voting to
Gilio
end
doesn't
debate.
seem to.
We're voting to end debate and take a vote on the motion. So if a yes vote will end debate, and we'll vote on the motion. And I believe the motion is to send this issue to committee, to the curriculum committee.
Yeah, so a yes on call the question means no more talking about it, and that's it. And then the next thing we do is vote on the motion. Yes doesn't mean yes on the motion to send it, correct?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, so on the motion to call the question, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson?
Yes.
Sandra Ziem? Ms. Ziem?
Sorry, no.
Okay. Jennifer Bishop?
Yes.
Sharon Gilio?
Yes.
Jessica Brown?
Yes.
Heather Raymond?
Yes.
Dottie Oden?
Yes.
Gloria Timmons?
Yes.
Yes, okay, motion carries 8-1. Now on the motion, which is to send this issue to the curriculum committee. Raymond Garino votes no. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem, Ms. Ziem,
Sorry, no.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
I'm sorry. Are we at the motion now?
yeah, we're at the motion. Yep.
Okay. To send it to committee, I vote no.
Okay. Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons,
No.
4 noes, 5 yeses, the motion carries 5-4.
Okay, to Mr. Mahoney's point, I do think that it would be wise to make a motion regarding the 2 weeks after Thanksgiving. And I would be looking for a motion to let at least that stay remote while we figure out what to do moving beyond that.
Madam President,
Yes, Ms. Brown.
I would like to move to approve the principal's calendar, if that's what we're calling it, through December 4th.
So seconded.
Do we have further discussion about that? Should I go around again? Essentially what that says is to have us remote to December 4th, correct?
Well,
I think we're not until Thanksgiving. Right?
I'm sorry, remote from Thanksgiving to December 4th.
wait, for all students or not adding in more students?
I think it's
And keep-
according to their current plan.
For all, let me just look it up.
So everyone goes back remote?
Yes, so we're calling it the principal's one, is we don't add anybody else. And then the week of Thanksgiving and the week after Thanksgiving are remote.
I just want to be, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Mosley.
I can't see her. Masha, you there? Masha?
I am here.
All right. I just want to be clear, Masha, I'm looking at you. That does not include special ed, correct?
To remain remote.
Right. Because Act 64.
Right. So we do have students who are in person. Each of their teams have determined that they should be receiving in-person services. However, I don't know if we have the ability to tell staff and students they can't travel and therefore quarantine.
I think that's why Ms. Brown just made the motion to have it, to follow the principal's plan through the 4th so that we have a week.
I understand.
barrier.
Does
that make
much-
sense?
It makes perfect. Before I open my mouth and say anything, I always check with Masha when it comes to special ed so that we're all on the same page. That's all. So I just wanted to verify that. But we're good with Masha. Masha, we good?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've got a quick question, if I may ask a follow-up.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
to Marcia Bagley. So that means that all special needs kids will be back in the classroom prior to and then after, or are we going to remote them also? I want to make that clear. It's kind of like two conversations in one.
So we have students who are attending in-person services now throughout grades preschool through 12.
Right.
And it's not all of our special education students.
Right.
So what I think the motion is that we remain remote for the week of Thanksgiving and the week after Thanksgiving, and then return to the in-person learning on December 7th, if I'm understanding that motion correctly.
Okay, but what
The
about,
motion actually wouldn't include, it would not go past December 4th as worded.
So what about those special ed kids? Will they still be in the classroom or are they going to be remote? Because that needs to be put in the motion to make it clear.
So my understanding is that all students and staff would remain remote through
Okay.
December 4th.
Okay, so the special needs students, so the parents will understand that your students will be remote. They won't be in the classroom that period of time.
That's correct.
Okay,
So-
I just want to make sure it's very clear when we make this motion. Thank you.
Miss Raymond, can I just get some clarification? That's actually not how I understood the calendar based on the way the principals had it. It says a decision will be made about grade levels moving hybrid. And I think it says pre-K through 12 and then CTE, like learning the little number sign, hashtag, CTE hybrid. It was my understanding that for the rest of this month, so the 9th through Thanksgiving, would be what we already are using for our school model, correct?
Yes.
So the
that's what I-
students that are already, so the students who are already attending school will still be attending school until Thanksgiving, correct?
Until the week of Thanksgiving, and the
Right.
week of Thanksgiving and the week after per
Yes.
this calendar is remote for, it says all pre-K.
I just wanted to
No,
clarify
it doesn't.
that. That's the impression that I got. Can I get a principal confirmation on that, Mr. Richards?
Yeah, so actually, if you look at that calendar, it's 2 weeks after Thanksgiving. So the first day back for those programs would be December 14th.
Is that what you said, 14?
I thought she said the 4th originally when she made her motion.
She said 4.
At 4.
What we had proposed says the 14th, because that would be 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think sticking with the 4th is good until we send it to committee, because that's getting pretty far out, in my opinion. But I will amend the motion at the will of the board.
Okay. Does anyone have a strong feeling about the 4th versus the 14th? Reminding everyone that we will meet on the 30th.
Yes, I think we should go to the 14th if the principals that's what they had planned.
Okay. Ms. Ziem, you had a hand. You're on mute, my dear.
Me and my technology, I'm so sorry. I absolutely agree. I really feel embarrassed that we seem to have so little respect for our staff, because they deserve better. They really do. Thank you.
I guess I don't see this as a question of respect for staff or not. I guess I see this as a question of we're being told that we can't predict staffing levels that far out. So it sounds like the board has unanswered questions about deciding between the two calendars. And so we'll go as far as we can pending the answers to the questions that we've been asking. Like, for example, what does remote look like if some kids are hybrid? I don't want to vote for kids going back hybrid in January without knowing what that means. So, and I don't want to ask parents to vote on choosing for whether their student will stay remote or go hybrid for the new year without understanding what that means. We asked them to do that.
And that's not what I'm saying, Heather. And if that's the way you took it, I apologize. What I was saying was that they have clearly said that the 14th is the date wherein they think it will be safe.
Oh.
And I think that's totally different from what you're saying. The question I wanted to ask was, the hybrid, like you seem to be very negative about the hybrid, and we didn't really discuss that. So that's something we can discuss as we get further into and I would like to hear, I'm sure that they all have wonderful knowledge to impart to us. So no, I was just saying though, that if they recommend the 14th and we do it the 4th, then we are challenging their ability to analyze this situation that they've dealt with for 35, 40 years, some of them. And I've dealt with it 10 years, and I can tell you I don't know enough. So, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Ziem. I think we were definitely talking about two different things. So, Ms. Giglio?
I just want to support going into the 14th because that gives us 2 weeks after the Thanksgiving holiday for people to quarantine who have left the state, who have gone to get their children from college, who have had family members visit. The 4th is not long enough in terms of the quarantine. I think the 14th makes much more sense. A lot of the other questions need to be answered for sure, and those can all be worked on in committee, I'm sure, going forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Excuse me,
Gilio.
Ms. Raymond, point of order. We're now 3.5 hours into the meeting. Do we need to take the vote to extend the meeting hours?
We should have taken the vote an hour and a half ago, but we
You're
were
right.
in the middle of an item that
can-
we have not completed yet. I would
Can you
suggest,
folks hear me?
yes, Mr. Parker.
Oh, actually, I've been trying to stay here. I just wanted to say we should go with the principal's plan. Okay, because they're in the buildings. Okay, if something does not work, we will fix it. Okay, but when the people on the ground have a plan and they say, this is what we should do, that's what we should do. I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry, I had an issue with my technology, so I've been saying this for 10 minutes now. But
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Parker, but
That's
thank you very
okay.
much for your
that's
advice.
okay. And so let's go with the principal's plan. I don't think we need to talk about this a whole lot. Okay, let's try it. And if it doesn't work, then we have something to talk about. But if the people on the ground are saying X, Y, and Z, let's do that.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Ms. Brown, are you willing to do the 14th instead of the 4th?
That's fine.
Okay. Who was the second?
Do that.
Mr. Parker, I can
Mrs.
still hear you.
Johnson, or no, I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
No,
Okay.
I don't, okay, yeah, thanks.
We'll just second it with the 14th. We'll say Ms. Timmons. Okay. Can we please vote on this now?
Sure. On the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, great. So we have decided that we will follow the principal's calendar through the 14th, which is everything the same up till Thanksgiving. After Thanksgiving, 2 weeks of remote. Yes? Okay. We have also decided that further discussion and questions and answers will happen at the curriculum committee meeting next week. Hopefully to get back to the board by the 30th with actual motions that we can just motion and approve. So please, everybody, if you could please email your outstanding questions sooner rather than later to Dr. Mosley and Dr. McKinney and Ms. Brown so that they know what things to look up, what level of specificity we're looking for so that we don't go round again. That would be super helpful. Okay, so we are 3.5 hours in. I understand that there are people waiting for public comments. We also have 2 items on new business. One is the acceptance of a charitable grant award, which I strongly urge the board to do before we finish for this evening. And the second was an FYI in the packet regarding the enrollment data, which I suggest we talk about next time, but I wanted to highlight that it's in your packet because I know some people were looking for it. So I'm looking at this point to have a motion to continue the meeting for, I don't know, half an hour to finish this stuff.
So moved.
Okay, and Ms. Ziem, were you moving as well? Okay. So primary by Ms. Brown, secondary by Ms. Seem. Seconded. Mr. Guarino?
Okay, on the motion to extend the meeting, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes, please.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, thank you, everybody. If you look in your packets, there was a memo from Pamela Davies, the city grant writer, and I did not see her on the Zoom. So I hope that she is home relaxing. Did Mr. Miller, is Mr. Miller still here? Did he wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm actually here, and I knew that was going to happen. I just went to get my plug. My computer was about to die.
Oh.
So I just missed what you just said. If you could say that again, Heather, thanks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Miller. We have a memo from Ms. Davies, the city grant writer, about the New England Patriots Charitable Foundation Grant Award to your school. And I wondered if you wish to speak to that. Well, otherwise I'll just read it.
Sure. Oh, great. I don't want to waste anybody's time. I'll just say real quick, very excited about having this. It's going to provide PE equipment that we can use and send out remotely to kids so they can stay active. It's also got a component to it with nutrition education as well. Dahlia Daigle is going to be working on that aspect of it, but I've been working with our PE teacher, Ashley Policelli, and we're putting it together, and it's going to be a pretty grand event. So it'll be really exciting, really exciting.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I hear that there might be parades involving Patriots cheerleaders and the mascot, depending on scheduling.
Actually, yeah, that's, we just talked today, and so we're all ready to rock with that. It'll be on December 1st, and we're working out the logistics now, but yeah, it'll be a pretty big event involving all of those right now, and then getting our school community through, cycling through and then accepting a big old 6-foot check at some point during that time too.
That sounds very exciting. Thank you, Mr. Miller. So at this time, I am looking for a motion to accept the New England Patriots Charitable Foundation Grant Award in the amount of $10,000 to support healthy eating and physical activity initiatives.
So moved.
Okay, I heard Miss Oden and then Miss Gilio. Okay. Does anyone wish to comment or ask any questions? I'm seeing some head shake. I can't hear everybody, see everybody. So I'm listening. Okay, nobody has made any noise. So I lost Mr. Guarino.
I'm
You're
here.
still here, Mr. Guarino. Can you please call a roll?
Okay, on the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Sorry, yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, so thank you very much to the New England Patriots Charitable Foundation, to Assistant Superintendent Dr. McKinney, our Food Services Coordinator Dahlia Daigle, phys ed teacher Ashley Policelli, and of course Principal Chaz Miller over at Ledge Street. Thank you for the work you guys all put in on this with Miss Davies over at the city. Okay, Dr. Mosley, is there anything regarding the enrollment data that you feel that we need to discuss this evening, or can it wait until the 30th?
It can wait.
Okay, do we have any objections to waiting until the 30th regarding this enrollment data? Shout it out. Okay, I see no objections, so I'm just going to make a note to 11:30. Hey, we've made it to public comment number 2. I'm going to ask that people be as brief as humanly possible. I know people have been waiting a very long time to share their thoughts with us, and I'm sure that they have lots of thoughts. Ms. Quintanilla, how many people do we have in the waiting room now? Oops.
You're on mute, Tara.
I know my space bar didn't work that time. We have 9 people waiting.
Okay. So let's get those 9 people in. Please, anybody who's watching, I'm going to do a little countdown before we put the first person in. There is a delay between your television and when you get put on to talk because we have a broadcast delay. So please pay attention for me to call out the last 4 digits of your phone number and mute your television. Thank you. Hello, caller 3468. If you could please
Hi,
identify.
Heather. Hello. My name is Alicia Houston, and I'm the parent of 2 Nashua District children, and here we go. I wanted to say that the unrealistic approach of SAFE over virtually all other considerations is life-suppressing and, quite frankly, hauntingly repetitive and unproductive. This is true for individual lives as well as the life and future of our school district. SAFE as a word and definition is extremely subjective to individual beliefs and morals. I personally have never led a life based on the basis of until it's safe. I don't take ridiculous risks. I wear a seatbelt when I'm in the car because the chances are overwhelming that in a bad accident, a seatbelt could save my life. But I get into the car, which is not 100% safe. We are not put on this earth to be safe. You are put on this earth to live a full life and to experience everything a life has to offer. So are our children. I don't personally want my obituary to read, "She led a safe life." I want the life and the lives of my children to be filled with experiences, memories, and to live life fully in all facets, regardless of the singular remaining focus on safety alone. If a teacher makes a decision to travel in a non-essential manner during the pandemic, that is a decision and truly should not be an excuse to continue to be allowed as an excusable absence. I know of many families who have been absent from one another through the duration of this pandemic, my family as well. And if you feel safe to travel and visit others or to travel to another state, how is it on the district to hold accountability for the individual choice and actions of teachers that contradicts their reasoning for not wanting to return to in-person learning? That is on the individual. Safe has become an increasingly dirty word and easily skewed. It's one of the reasons before COVID restrictions, I felt that I was a happy person and had to this point led a full life. I'm thinking of trivial examples, but life is filled with many trivial examples. Most of life is not major moments. If I am at a restaurant and my fork or knife falls, I pick it up and I use it. They rush over to give me a new one, like I am flirting with death if I take the fork from the floor. My view is there's no reason to come over. The fork fell on the floor. What did it pick up? Diphtheria? Am I going to get pancreatic cancer from a fork that fell? I'm not troubled by these things, as the statistical probability of the aforementioned potential is nearly impossible. Guaranteed safety is going to suppress your joy of life and will indefinitely limit the potential of young minds as we continually shape and mold their minds and behaviors as they model ours. If you want to live a good and safe life, you cannot continue asking if this is safe. The safe issue has devastated consequences for these children. To think that at this stage in this process, the mere discussion of 100% safety, vacation, personal time for staffing, while our children continue to be held hostage, again, as a center focal point, is truly heartbreaking. Have any of you taken into consideration that while we are focused on safety alone, again, subjective, people are losing jobs. Children stuck at home, isolated, may not be safe as school was their safe place, and the district continues to rob these children of their safety. Have you not taken into consideration that safety also includes mental health of growing minds who are being irrefutably damaged by the continuation to refuse them the right to equal education and adhere to different learning styles, while keeping in mind that their emotional, mental, and social developmental safety is equally as important. I would like to thank you for your time and once again remind the board that we are all aware of the public letter of resignation having been sent last week to the entire district by Dr. Mosley. In an effort to expedite some good trouble, I encourage the board to remove his decision-making authority effective immediately. Furthermore, to request that Mr. Keith Richard be afforded the opportunity to sit as a position holder as acting superintendent, given his tenure and the tenure of his family within the Nashua School District, and his dedication to true proactive resolutions, something we have failed to see prior to this evening's board meeting. Thank you, Nashua principals, for stepping up to solve these issues. And my last point is that the information previously recorded during this meeting by Ms. Gloria Timmons is incorrect. We have 8 current hospitalizations within the city of Nashua. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houston.
I encourage the
Hello,
board to
caller
remove his decision-making
3414.
authority
Please mute your television and identify yourself.
Hi, this is Diane Robinson calling in. My daughter is in the room with me. I just want to bring up, looking at the principals list, they have elementary school starting at one time, middle school starting a week or two later, and high school starting. Those 3 are in 3 different types of buildings. There's no reason that those 3 different types of buildings can't start. 9th grade can't start the same time as 6th grade in a different building. Also, you need to reconsider the sports since you're tabling whether all the starting of schools is going to be pushed down the road. Sports needs to get in, and they need to start getting registrations for all the different areas if their kids are going to compete. I agree with Ms. Johnson that this has taken way, way too long. These discussions should have been done in September and August, so the kids were back at school at this point. I appreciate all your work. I know you're dedicated, and I know you're worried about all the kids, but you can't continue to kick this down the road. Thank you very much, and you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Hi, caller 9609.
Hi, my name is Angela Markley. For context, I have I'm a student in the middle school. I have a child in the middle school and in the high school. I'm really calling tonight. I wasn't planning to make public comments, but I've listened faithfully since July, and I feel like I'm hearing the same conversation over and over again. And so I am perfectly willing to wait until the end of January for my children to go back to school if it means it's going to be done right. But I guess my question, and what I'd really love to hear from administration and from the school board, is what's going to change? What planning is going to happen over the next 2 months that hasn't happened over the last 4 months? So we've been in this for about 4 months, and I feel like we have the same questions that have been unanswered. What was presented tonight feels like a proposed schedule, not a plan. And so I feel like I've had questions. I've called and contacted some of the principals that are sitting in this meeting and asked some questions. And I feel like those questions have gone unanswered. And so that's what I'm really asking for. I'm really asking for a commitment to really plan for this. I've heard a lot tonight about staffing, and I guess there are other hybrid models that would solve some of these staffing issues. And I would love to speak with somebody, or I would love to hear some evidence of looking at other models that would reduce the staffing needs and would allow more of the teachers that are only able to teach remote to continue to teach remote, and to allow the teachers that are able to come in to come in person. And so, I think that's actually where our size of Nashua is an advantage. We can create a middle school team from teachers from all 3 middle schools. We can create, we can have one AP calculus teacher teaching remotely to kids from North and South. I think there are a lot of options. We can zoom in one teacher that needs to teach remotely, but we want them to teach in person. I just feel like there's a lot of other models that school districts around the state and in New England have implemented that reduce the technology needs, reduce the need for teachers to teach synchronously to remote and in-person learning, and reduces the number of subs that would be required. And I would love to hear more about other options being explored at the middle and the high school. You know, I just want to say too that the success of fall sports was used as an example of why winter sports could be done safely. And even though Nashua has not been fully open, many districts have, and I think there has been lots of evidence that schools are not super spreader. The transmission in schools is very low. I've heard our state health officials say that over and over again, and that transmission is really happening in small gatherings. And I guess my concern is if students aren't at school, they're in small gatherings. Our middle and high schoolers will find ways to be social, and they could do so more safely in schools than they are currently. And finally, I'd just like to address a couple of things that principals have said tonight. You know, I'm a strong believer in the middle school model. I was a middle school teacher and administrator for over 13 years, and it's a really important part of that model. But connections in person cannot be compared to connections in Zoom. And if we have to think about things a little bit differently under these circumstances, I think that's important to consider, is that some things that are true in non-pandemic times are not necessarily true in pandemic times. And finally, there was a comment made about absences in ASOP and how subs aren't needed in a remote. But that means that every time an absence is not covered, that's a missed Zoom class for students at the middle and high school level. And their instruction has already been so significantly reduced in this setting. And so, like, for example, I spoke with my son's middle school principal today. He will only have a science Zoom class 4 times this entire month of November. So, you know, those absences matter, and they matter, and it's a different challenge remotely than it is in real life, but they still matter. So I guess I'm just, you know, I'd like to just kind of wrap up by saying I would love to see, I think these are solvable problems. We've had 4 months already to solve them. If we need 2 more months to solve them, fine, but I would love to hear more evidence of these problems being solved and not just another schedule to consider or being debated. So I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Markley. Oh, the train is now at my house. Sorry, all.
Hello.
Hello, caller 0035. If you could state your name and make your comment, please.
Certainly. My name is Dana Darrow. I'm a resident of Nashua. I have a child who is at Nashua High School South, and I'm also an educator in the school district. First, I want to say thank you very much to all of the principals who stepped up, took the bull by the horns, and were finally able to come up with a plan that the board and central office administration have not been able to come to an agreement on 8 months after this has all begun. 8 months. I don't understand what has stopped the board from getting answers when you've had the people there all along. What is very telling, however, is that you still have no teacher representation or no union representation in these meetings. A couple of things I'd like to touch upon this evening. Ms. Johnson, I resent you comparing yourself in retail to teachers and paraprofessional staff. You deal with less of a population in a much bigger atmosphere, higher ceilings, more circulation, and your clientele is certainly very different. You put your mask on and you get the job done. It's a little disparaging to teachers when you make comments like that as a trusted or supposed to be a trusted board member. You say you've heard from all these parents. You have not heard, or for that matter, listened to all of the parents, only the ones who push your agenda. And that's going for many, many people on this board. I resent the implication that teachers aren't teaching and that kids aren't learning in remote settings. Perhaps if the board and the administration had been upfront, honest, transparent, and proactive, we could have been in a different place at this point. It's very disheartening to see and hear many of the positions are purely political. Now we have articles being printed up in the middle of a board meeting from different sources. While it's very important to look at all of the data and important to take things, and we teach this in classes, to take things from different sources and to make sense of it. I don't think it's okay to push a political agenda during a board meeting. I do want to thank Ms. Bishop and Ms. Raymond for finally addressing what remote students and teachers who are going to be remote is going to possibly look like. This has not been answered at all. There is no discussion about equity and rigor and how hybrid actually is less class time and less effective than remote learning is. The other thing I'd like to say to Ms. Bishop is I believe that you deserve to be admonished for your remarks tonight when you stumbled over your words and you refer to them as your, quote, inner Biden. You have now disparaged the work of speech-language pathologists, students who are stutterers, identified students with your callous remarks. I don't think that's nice or fair. I would like also, you know, the parents come on and they make very good points and everybody has their opinions on that. But I'd like you, the board, to also think about when parents say that the well-being of students needs to be taken into consideration. I agree 100%, and teachers are doing that on a daily basis. We have not left your children behind. We are there with your children. We are still making phone calls. We are still reaching out. We are still working all hours of the day and night to make sure that your students are getting the best they absolutely can. But to listen to how this is the teacher's fault constantly. What about the mental health and well-being being taken into consideration? And for one of the last callers about how it shouldn't be on the teachers, shouldn't be on the district to have to deal with teachers who are leaving the state. Why is it put on the teachers and the staff and administrators to deal with students and parents who travel or are exposed and not be honest? And this happened before COVID-19 in the classrooms. And to the caller who said before that not living a scared life had to do with pancreatic cancer, I think, how dare you minimalize a real killer in a diagnosis for many people? I think that was in poor taste. I thank you all for your time this evening, and I implore the board to think not politically, but to think about everybody and do what's best for all of the students, not just your remote, not just your hybrid, but for all students, for all staff. And please think about the words that you're using because the words matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darrow. Tara, you're looking at me, but I don't see anybody. There's 2 pages again. I'm sorry. Caller 4438.
Yep.
Hi, could you please identify yourself and make your comment? And I apologize for the delay. I have 2 screens again and I just couldn't find you.
Yeah, no, it's Patrick Como, Comeau.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Como. Go ahead.
No problem. I just really quick wanted to add a little bit to the sports. I am a volunteer coach for NYSL, and we had a successful sports season here in Nashua without any incidents of COVID. Before that, I was also a volunteer coach for Cal Ripken, and we had a successful season without any incidents that were, of any drastic nature. I also disagree. I think Mrs. Bishop's comment was humorous, and I think we need to lighten up a little bit. Mrs. Bishop, I also appreciate the fact that you brought up the double standards of, 14 days before versus 14 days after. Yes, you need to follow the rules both ways, but they only seem to follow them one way. My kids' teachers remotely are amazing. They go above and beyond, and I'm so impressed with what they have done. Staffing's always going to be a problem. Let's not use it as an excuse why these kids can't go back to school. It's always going to be a problem. Also, so many parents have moved their kids privately to other schools because of the dissension in Nashua Public Schools. You know, they're sending their kids to schools that have unaccredited unaccredited teachers. So what's the big deal if we pull subs that are non-accredited? I really don't think it's that big of a deal, and maybe we need to loosen the belt a little bit in that aspect. I wish that our superintendent had the leadership skills and qualities that these principals have pulled together and formulated a plan finally on their own. And to all the principals in all the schools, I thank you. My kids thank you. And they'll also thank you in the future with their education. Hopefully this can go forward and we can get a direct line for Anthony Parker for now on, because what he had to say about listening to people that are on the ground is exactly 100% correct. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Como. Okay. Hello, caller 5840. If you could please state your name and make your comment.
Yes, my name is Caitlin Pearl. I have 4 children in Nashua School District, 2 at the high school level, 2 in the elementary level. A lot of the principal's comments tonight seem to be very concentrated on secondary education. And my question, excuse me, as it goes to a committee, which I'm disappointed that you were not able to make a decision tonight. I do have a 2nd grader who is struggling. I have 4 kids with 4 different remote stories. They have successes on days, but let me tell you, a 7-year-old boy who has not been in the classroom since March is not succeeding right now. He's forgetting sight words. We're having an experience here where we were just holding on to hope that next week he would have some contact with teachers. These little guys are struggling. January is a very far away. So I urge the committee, as you are thinking about this, it cannot be an all or nothing. These little ones, these elementary school kids, they need sooner rather than later. Parents have chosen remote. Enrollment is down. At my son's school, there are 6 kids in one classroom at a time. This can be done. I'm just asking the committee to please look at it by case and not, if we can't figure out staffing at secondary, why are we letting it hold us back at the elementary level? If there is an elementary school staffed with a hybrid plan and ready to go, let's go. It can't be all the elementary schools or nothing at this point, because it is COVID times and we need to get the kids in the classroom when we can. And I'm asking you to be more creative than we have. That is it. We have to. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pearl. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you said that was it.
No, I did. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay. You too. Oh, sorry. Now I feel bad. Okay. Hello, caller 5921. If you could please state your name. (5921).
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, there you are.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
My name is Karen Fletcher. My son is a senior at South, and I just want to ask again, as I have previously, that with all the important decisions seniors need to be making right now, whether it's college applications or job searches, to please reconsider having them return earlier in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Okay. Hello, caller 4848.
Hello, thank you, Heather. My name is Matthew Thomas, a resident and taxpayer here in Nashua, and I appreciate you once again giving us the opportunity to publicly comment on these meetings. Once again, I'd like to start off by reminding everyone that Dr. Mosley works at the pleasure of this board, and contrary to his recent letter to you all, it is not his responsibility to manage this Board of Education. This is an example of how ineffective he has been as a superintendent. He thinks he is here to manage you. I believe the time has come to move on to create a better working environment for teachers and staff here in Nashua, along with a safe and structured learning environment for all of our students. By his own words, in an unprofessional written rant, taking no accountability whatsoever, Dr. Mosley has clearly checked out. Just look at the difficulty you're having hosting this meeting tonight. And per the plan Dr. Mosley has submitted to you, we expect our teachers to juggle in-person and remote learning, sometimes simultaneously, several times a day, every day for the foreseeable future, with no definite metrics as to when one phase will end and the next phase will begin. Do we have a realistic expectation for effective learning in this environment? Although many have questioned his leadership and effectiveness prior to this COVID-19 pandemic, this situation has made it clear how unprepared he is in doing his job. Need we remind everyone that Nashua was the only school district who didn't have a remote learning plan in the entire state when all this happened back in March. In fact, the state of New Hampshire has had to wait for Nashua to submit their plan before moving forward with a statewide action plan for remote learning. I hope this fact and our current deficit of over 800 students this year continues to follow Dr. Mosley as he actively seeks employment elsewhere. At the end of the day, it's an embarrassment to the stakeholders here in Nashua and the board that our superintendent has chosen to blame racial undertones and personality conflicts among the Board of Education for his shortcomings in his job performance. When you promise a list of FAQs for concerned parents at this board meeting over the summer, and instead of posting that information as promised on the website, you go on vacation and leave this board to answer those questions without any heads up or preparation, that is the definition of absence of leadership. In this very meeting, the president of this board asked Dr. Mosley for specific information, only to be told that information is in the packet. Another board member asked for our superintendent's opinion, only to be told to ask the experts. You cry out intimidation and bullying, Dr. Mosley, but all we want from you is responsiveness and accountability. Therefore, I don't think it's unrealistic to ask that this board, at this moment, consider a vote of no confidence in Dr. Mosley and accept his bizarre letter to you as his letter of resignation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Okay, caller 3219.
Hi, yes, my name is Wendy Keefe. My son is a senior at Nashua South. I called in earlier regarding sports, and I wanted to call in this time to ask the committee members who will be looking at these two calendars put forth of returning to school to please again consider the senior class. As I have stated in my previous phone calls dating back to at least August, I've always said special ed, kindergarten, first grade, CTE, all need to go back first. They're all vital. The next vital group to go back are the seniors. I'm going to quote Mr. Garino loosely, so please apologize to him for my lack of direct quote. I don't have the words in front of me, but he spoke on a podcast called Nashua Matters, where he said that students are going to take 2 to 5 years of catch-up time to make up for lost education during these at least 8 months that we're currently in. And if you look at the schedule that seniors are slated to return, we're looking at 11 possibly a year, 11 months to a year of missed face-to-face education. If we are to listen to one of our board members who says that it's going to take this much time, and I actually agree with that, the reason I say seniors have to go back next is because they do not have the luxury of that time. They are making critical life decisions now. I spoke with Dr. Mosley at length. We had a half an hour discussion. Dr. Mosley, you even said to me, I hadn't thought about that before, Mrs. Keefe. And then this comes up, and again, I look, and all I see is grade 12 being last. There is no law saying that grade 12 has to be last. Another caller mentioned that every school should be rolling a grade back in at a time. I agree with that. I also think that in terms of secondary education, everything should be pushed into getting staffing, which seems to be the key word, at the high school levels. That means 2 out of the 5 secondary schools. You can then, once those problems are solved, again, solve the problem in front of you. Once those problems are solved, move on to the next problem, which will be your middle schools. You could do a rollback in the secondary sector from grade 12 to 11 to 10, etc. The other problem it will solve is being able to finish up your middle school construction problems. The other problem it will solve is de-densifying buses. Why? Because seniors and juniors, many of which can drive to school or have the ability to get to school on their own because they are not small, and it will make the buses less crowded. So to the committee members who are going to be looking at this, please reconsider your seniors. Make them a priority. Do not make them a last-ditch effort, like, oh, we've got to go in order, so they've got to be last. It doesn't have to be that way. You are sending them a huge message. They've already missed on so much. They've seen what the senior class last year missed, and that was just a very small portion of the time. We've already missed that much, and we have more that we're missing coming up. Major life decisions, as the last caller said, they need to be prioritized. I would love to see them prioritized. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Keefe. Tara, how many more do we have in the queue?
We have one more after the current caller that's in with us now.
Okay, great. And that will be the end of public comments. I'm sorry, thank you for waiting, caller 0634. Please go ahead.
Ms. Raymond, I would wait for this board until time stood still. This is Adam Marcoux, president of the Nashua Teachers Union. Love is such a strong word tonight. I don't know if I'd use that word, and I just refrain that there are POPs policies that I'm bound to follow, so I'll leave it at that.
All right, so you tolerate us. I got it.
Yeah, I'm a little, I'd be lying if I didn't say I wasn't hot under the collar right now with some of the comments that came from members of this board tonight. I actually took notes tonight, which is unusual for me, not to speak off the cuff when I'm speaking in public comment, but I have notes tonight. One of the things real quick that one of the parents said about loosening the belts, if you will, around the credentialing of substitutes, et cetera. That's actually a state law. The RSA requires a certified educator in front of students after 20 consecutive days, school days. So we don't have the liberty of having that choice to loosen the RSA. So while I understand what the caller was saying, we don't have that choice. And I would be hesitant to have non-certified educators in a role teaching subjects without the proper credentials in place. In terms of the cameras, they were talking about having teachers zoom in remotely to their kids in the classroom, which sounds like a reasonable idea, except there's no supervision of those students if the teacher's not there. We only have so much staff per building, and if you're rolling back in kids without the proper supervision, as many of our principals have said tonight, we run into big problems. I was going to address Ms. Bishop's comment from earlier where she referred to her Biden stutter, but she has already addressed that and apologized for those comments, and I appreciate her taking responsibility for that and acknowledging that. Finally, we're making a lot of assumptions about the staff of this district when it comes to the next month or so with traveling. Every teacher and staff member that I spoke to regarding their plans for what they had to do was not a joyride to go down to Disney World and get on Splash Mountain, have a grand old time eating Mickey Mouse ice cream. Every person that I spoke to, it was because it was their turn to help their elderly parent, and in some cases, like mine, it might have been their elderly grandparent, where they had to go and get their child from college. They didn't ask for this quarantine to be in place. Most of them are going because they have to. And we're all making assumptions that those who are traveling are the ones that don't want to come back to work or can't come back to work. And we have no basis to make those assumptions. We have plenty of teachers and staff who would have gone back on the first day of school, that would go back tomorrow if we ask them. We have some, as you saw that Ms. O'Gara showed, that are out for whether it's FMLA, EFMLEA, or ADA. And I'm sorry, those are federally legislated statutes that every person in this district has the legal right to take with the legal documentation from their medical provider. And when we talk about FMLA, we're not talking about a vacation. We're talking about, oh, we just had a baby. Oh, I'm in cancer treatments. Oh, I'm caring for my dying mother. Oh, I just broke my leg and needed, 16 pins put in my leg. We're not talking about joyrides. And then EFMLEA, we have people that have no family in this area, that have no one to watch their children when their daycare is closed under the statute. Under the CARES Act that was approved and signed into law in March, it was an expansion of FMLA that allowed 12 weeks of leave to take care of this situation. And we're running into problems that wasn't going to be enough, because some places haven't returned. And we'll have to address that. The Americans with Disabilities Act allows reasonable accommodations to people that had pre-existing conditions. And one of those reasonable accommodations is working remotely. I can guarantee that if we could go back to March 12th and never have had to deal with this, we'd be back in a heartbeat. I echo what Mr. Richard said when he said he didn't become a principal to be a principal in an empty school. Our staff did not become teachers and paras and secretaries and work in schools to work in empty schools. That's just not what they want to do. We're dealing with this situation as best we can. Those who need the leave have put in for it and have the proper documentation, and Ms. O'Gara has approved that based on federal legislation, and everyone is squared away. We can't take that away from them. We should not be assuming people are going away on vacation and then they're not willing to come to work, because we have no idea why they're going and what they're doing. And the only ones that I can address are the several dozen of those people that are worried about getting their kids, taking care of their family, and now I have to quarantine. What am I going to do? So I'm going to leave it at that. I look forward to the Curriculum and Evaluation Committee meeting next week. I would hope and ask respectfully that there be public comment available at that meeting via Zoom. Typically, the committee meetings don't have public comment, but I would appreciate if there was some way that we could make that happen next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcoux. Okay, and caller 8887, if you could please identify yourself.
Hi, good evening, folks. Tom Daly calling.
I muted myself to let you speak. Good evening, Mr. Daly. Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems that we're kind of stuck in an all or nothing approach, either keeping all of our kids remote, taking a hybrid approach, or heading back to school. And I'm wondering if the board and administration has considered a radically different approach to solving the problem. And I don't think that this suggestion is anywhere close to perfect, but I'm hoping to plant a seed of a brainstorm for people who are far more qualified than I am to think about. And the idea is this: create a new Nashua remote school. This remote school would be for teachers and students and parents who want to teach remote and who want to learn remote. And that could be in place for a defined period of time. We might then consider looking at how we might consolidate the schools, the teachers, and students who do want to show up in the classroom and get them back into the classroom. This might alleviate some of our staffing concerns by sort of reshuffling allocation of teaching resources throughout the district. And as I said, I'm sure that this is an imperfect idea, but I'd love to leave this as a seed of a brainstorm for others to consider. I'd love to know what this might do for our staffing needs, and if it gets us a little bit closer to having a district that is fully operating again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Daly. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, and this concludes our second public comment period of the evening. We have board member comments, and then that is it for the night. I'm going to go back to my handy dandy list because I just feel like it's fair, and I just keep and we're going to go with that. So, Ms. Johnson, it's your turn to go first.
Oh, isn't that great? I'm not going to say very much. I'd just like to say thank you to all the callers tonight for calling us. I like the last caller's idea about a remote school, and that's great. And then we wouldn't probably have to build the middle school anymore because maybe we'll have half and half, so we'll have equal. But thank you to everybody. Tonight has been a long board meeting, and we weathered the storm again. And hopefully we can come to some conclusion here on what we're going to be doing with our students in hopefully the near future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Oden?
I really don't have much, but I do want to thank our principals for coming tonight and working hard to find something that we can live with. I worry that we won't have staff to go back in January. I know they'll do everything they can, but I just want to thank them because it certainly, they are the boots on the ground with our teachers who are facing this daily. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank all the people that called in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oden. Ms. Timmons?
No comment.
Okay. Ms. Ziem? Oh, Ms. Ziem, you're on mute, my dear.
Talking to myself again, huh? I just wanted to employ the public to be patient during this difficult and challenging time. There are so many challenges, so many mandates that you as the public are probably not familiar with because you don't deal with it daily. I wish that we could just, send you our thought waves and you'd have all the knowledge that we've had over years of working in the school district. I have not been that fortunate, but I can tell you that the mandates are heavy, the resources are not sufficient. It's just, and thank you all for engaging. I'm always impressed when people care enough to stay up this late and last this long just to say 2 or 3 words. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ziem. Ms. Bishop?
Thank you, President Raymond. First off, yes, I made a faux pas with my choice of words. My stutter did get the best of me. I saw that on Facebook. I apologize. No, I meant to offend anybody, and joking about it is my way of making it a little bit less embarrassing for me on TV when I lose my words. So thank you all for pointing that out to me. I appreciate it. I do want to give a huge thank you to the principals who sat down and created their plan. And I appreciate everybody sticking together and listening to this. And us not agreeing on everything is exactly why we have a voted board, because we don't all agree on things, and there are many different sides to every issue. And I think one of the great things about our board is even when we disagree, we listen to each other respectfully, for the most part, right? But this is how we get to the other side, and it does take some time, and it takes some TLC, it takes some elbow grease, and it depends on where we are in the conversation, which one's needed most. So I thank my board members, the board members, for hanging out and doing what we do, and I thank our administration and our teachers for doing what they need to do to get everybody back into school and safe and educated, and you know, having their well-beings rounded. And it is, and holidays are coming up, and it's time to do some self-care and reach out and keep the emails coming, keep the public comments coming. It's helpful for us, so I appreciate it. I don't think we're going to have a board meeting until after Thanksgiving, so happy Thanksgiving to everybody who celebrates. I like stuffing, but that's it. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and thanks again for taking the path and true and listening to all of these unbelievably long board meetings where we just continue to talk and talk and talk. Anyway, have a good night, guys.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bishop. Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Heather. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Thank you to all of the administration, the teachers, the principals, the student liaisons, and all the board members who really stuck it out and dug in tonight, and all the work you did to prep for this meeting. Again, I want to circle back and tell Lisa Gingras how much I appreciate the presentations that you put together. And thank you to the parents who are sticking it out and being there for your kids and supporting them and supporting your teachers any way you can as the school year goes on. And also I want to end on a positive note, circling back to earlier, thank you to the New England Patriots Charitable Foundation and to our grant writer for the generous support there, because that's awesome. Every little bit helps. Thank you. And I want to second what Jen said. Happy Thanksgiving coming up.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Guarino?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. Just tell all the callers, parents, residents, thank you for your comments, because I am listening. There were a lot of real concerns. I'm not going to go over all the concerns. There were concerns about our graduating seniors, what they're missing. All of our kids are missing out in some way because of COVID. I think the personal attacks from some people are unproductive. The attacks on Dr. Mosley were uncalled for. It is just not true that way back in March that other districts had plans. Nobody had planned for COVID back in March. I remember that. And Dr. Mosley did his best over the summer to put together stakeholders to try to get the plan together. So I think it's just unfair. And we need, I understand this is frustrating. And when it gets frustrating, people get angry, and but tearing each other apart is not going to solve our problems. We need to stay together as a community and try to come up with some constructive ideas. And there was another gentleman that had some constructive ideas, and we have to help each other as a community and try to stay positive. I know it's hard not to, and it's hard on parents, but I just want parents to know that, and residents of Nashua to know that I am listening, and I hope that we can get something done in the committees. You know, it's not the way that I wanted things to go, but I hope that we can get things in the committee and start moving on a plan and start moving forward. And Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Gilio?
After 5 hours in this chair, I just want to say good night.
Thank you, Ms. Gilio. Okay, and so just to wrap it up, thank you everybody who stayed with us. I was concerned when I saw, well, when we were making this agenda that it was going to be too much for one night, but we are booked because of the holidays. There just are only so many nights that are available. Thank you everybody who has stayed with us, and I think that I'm looking forward to utilizing committee work to flesh out some of these ongoing questions that people have about the plans. You know, what somebody brought up tonight about how teachers are supposed to teach remote and hybrid at the same time. I just don't have a good understanding of that, and I would hate to ask them to do something that I have like no idea what that looks like or what impact it will have on our kids. There are a few topics that we didn't get to tonight, but we will, I'm sure, tackle them on the 30th, and hopefully that one will be shorter. So unless anybody has anything else, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Oh, Ms. Timmons? Oh, I can't hear you, Ms. Timmons.
To all the veterans out there, thank you for your service. And I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Gilio. Mr. Guarino?
Okay, on the motion to adjourn. All right. Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0 at 10:31 p.m.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night,
night.
everyone. Have a great night.